I will be in charge with making it clear to you what's going on, giving you a little bit of structure of the succeeding presentations, also making sure that there will be breaks and you will have breaks, and that also everyone is well aware when these breaks are over. I've been told to tell you that you have an incredible opportunity if you stick around for the entirety of this event. That is until 4 p.m. when the last presentation is over, and that is to win a JBL headset. If you've registered, you're part of the sweepstakes randomized process of getting that. So what's going to happen today, you're going to get to hear some really interesting presentations on technology. And obviously, I assume most of the people in the audience, if not all, are in the field of technology, or at least starting out in the field of tech. I'm definitely not from that area, and I'll tell you a little bit about me and why I'm here. And I'm really eager to learn with you about some of these very interesting challenges and new perspectives in technology. So, my name's Shaban. What do I do? Why am I here? All right, I'm a trainer and coach of argumentation, public speaking, communication, and debate. That means that I teach people how to speak in public. I teach people how to argue. And because this is essentially what we're doing here, this is why I'm sort of giving the frame for this event. And hopefully I can help make this event the best possible experience for all of you. So just a few things about me, what I've been doing. I've been debating since I was in high school, and I've been debating since I was in high school, and now I've started the initiative called Debate for Adults, which is essentially an initiative to teach adults how to debate, because we do a lot of debating with students, with high school students, with university students, but I realized that actually a lot of the skills that are associated with debating, which is this weird activity in which people argue for and against a topic and someone wins, but is actually transformative in terms of teaching people the ability to listen, the ability to argue, the ability to respond to arguments, and the ability to just be very effective communicators. And I think this is very relevant in the tech discussion. And what I'm going to talk to you about before we start the first company presentation is this notion of this social impact of technology. And I think that this is where very human skills like argumentation and public speaking and communication really connect with technology. Because what is the social impact of technology? Certainly it is a massive one. So I decided to, since I had to give a speech on this, I decided to just ask ChatGPT, what should I say in the speech? So here it is. No, but obviously as a debater, I would be too proud to actually rely on ChatGPT. But it is telling, right? Because in the age of advanced AI and more advanced AI coming in, perhaps even things like delivering speeches can be relied upon technological outputs. The impact of technology is great because we're always on our phones, whether we're tech nerds or whether we're people that have nothing to do with technology. Children are on their phones, and there is a massive concern that people have about the impact that this technology has on children, the impact it has on the ability to focus, on the ability to form relationships, to meaningfully communicate. Of course, because people are afraid that robots will take their jobs, just like ChatGPT might take my job if it's able to write and deliver speeches. So these are big concerns about social impact of technology, right? And I've spoken about things that people fear, or things that we might think might go wrong, not connecting, not being able to communicate properly anymore, losing our jobs. But the reality is that oftentimes automation looks like this. It looks like high-speed production and having production lines in which people don't die anymore the way they used to in the 19th century or early 20th century. It means that we get cheaper products at higher rates of quality. It also means that oftentimes our lives are literally saved by technology that's invented. It also means, that people can connect. This is an image from the protests that happened in Romania a few years back, and there are examples like things like the Arab Spring, where societies were changed by social media connection, by the fact that people were able to organize in these groups. And even if we look to the horrific war in Ukraine today, we get reports from the front lines because there is social media to an incredible extent. So the impact of technology is great. There are fears, but there's also an immense amount of good. So a few conclusions here, and these are sort of what I want this short talk to leave you with is more rather questions to sort of reflect on, and hopefully for me to get some answers on in this conference in the moments to come. First point, how good is technology, right? So the social impact is massive. It's clear. It's here to stay. The impact is massive. How good is it? And I would say that it's extremely good. And this is showed, like, beyond, of course, I could list, the lives saved by technology through medical work, the lives saved by technology through automation, frankly, because people don't need to do very dangerous things because machines can do them for them. But the main thing that shows that technology is very good is the fact that even though a lot of people are worried, and if you ask them, technology is ruining our youth, they will say things like this. But if you then ask them, are you willing to give up on technology? They're going to say, no way, right? Because it's clear that the improvements on human life that technology brings are immense. They've been immense since the Stone Age, probably, right, when they started using the first very basic technology, and it's absolutely, utterly true today. So it's very good. So why does technology then cause social problems, or does cause problems for humans? And the answer to that is oftentimes because humans cause problems for humans, right? So when you give humans tools, they will solve problems, but they will also cause problems with those tools. Things like what happens in social media, like fake news, like people getting bullied, that's due to catalyzing human tendencies. That's due to catalyzing human behaviors that have already existed. So that's most of the time it's about humans and how they respond, how they adapt, and how they use the tools of technology. So probably oftentimes it's about teaching humans to be a bit better and to deal with this technology, right? So what to do about it? And here I sort of look to you because a lot of you guys are probably the specialists in this field. Probably there are technical solutions, and often technology is the solution to problems caused by technology as well. I can look at the environmental crisis here. Probably technology is going to be the solution, and that's up to you. The second thing that's also up to you, and I would pose a challenge towards, is, how do we convince people that it's not that, and how do we convince people that actually it's them that need to learn rather than technology that needs to go away or to stop provoking them? And I think this is the challenge that, like I said, it's about teaching people how to use technology. It's about teaching people how to be decent in online and social spaces. It's about teaching people how to stay relevant in an automated economy. It's about teaching them to have social skills, human skills, communication skills, critical thinking skills, because that means they can transferably work in different fields. So it's about all these things, and I think it's about people understanding these things. And if you guys, the tech people, make the rest of us understand that these are the solutions and the solutions out there, and you understand them, then I think people will be less scared. And you want them to be less scared, because if they're very scared, they're going to reject things through policy, through attitudes that are fundamentally breakthroughs. And we don't want that, because we know how lovely and impactful technology can be. Thank you very much, and let's have an amazing conference today. So the way this is going to work out is that for every 30-minute presentation, there's going to be a 10-minute interlude afterwards, which will also conclude of the break time that will be available. So we will start now with the first of these presentations. You can also consult the schedule here if you're ever confused during break times. Just come here, look at it. I will also remind you after every segment what's going to go on, so you don't have to be very conscientious. You can be a bit lazy about the schedule, because I will be reminding you constantly. So now it's approximately 11 o'clock. The first presentation that we have from Booking Holding Romania, and it's about the future of corporate cybersecurity, one of the really important issues that I was referring to, at least in a hint earlier. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. All right. Doi zece. Hop, 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 hop. Doi ta 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 tam. Tararam. Pararam. You haven't been hacked, right? Dump, dump. Right. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Back there, a show of hands. All right, seems fine. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Angajator de Top and to I Love Tech. My name is Tiberiu Angel. I am Senior Manager for the Security and Fraud function within the COE, Center of Excellence of Booking Holdings in Bucharest. So, just a couple of intros. First of all, a little bit about me and why am I here today. So I have around 10 years in cybersecurity, both in the corporate and in the startup world. The nice part about the Center of Excellence was, when I joined, was a corporate startup, so it made good of both worlds that I was pretty fond of. Now, I am not an expert per se, right? I'm not a security analyst, I'm not a security engineer, I'm not a penetration tester, but I've led teams across all these functions, so I know a little bit of everything, but of course I'm not an expert in any of them. However, I can paint quite a good landscape of where cybersecurity is today from a corporate perspective, but also from an industry perspective overall. So a little bit about Booking Holdings and especially about Booking Holdings Romania. So Booking Holdings has over 20,000 employees. It's present in basically all the countries and small territories across the world. There's always a debate, should you say, 190 countries or 200 and something countries and territories, right? It's an internal philosophy of Booking. Most downloaded travel app in the world, and 140 nationalities in terms of employees, right? So those 25,000 employees come from 140 countries, and we feel that every day. It's a little bit of the corporate Babel Tower, if you'd like. Now, drilling down a little bit about Booking Holdings Romania. So the Center of Excellence in Bucharest was opened up almost 2 years ago now, around September 2021. It was the first in the world for Booking Holdings, and it's still the largest today, although we opened up one in India, which will scale a little bit faster than the one in Bucharest. But the nice part about the one here is that the roles that we're having, especially on security and fraud, are highly skilled, right? So it's not just any job. It's a very high skilled job with a good potential on the market, and we do have a 360-degree view on all functions, right? So we have security analysts, engineers, we have penetration testers, we have risk and compliance analysts on technology. We have offensive teams, we have defensive teams, and it's not only for Booking.com, because Booking.com is the most well-known brand in the group, but also for OpenTable, OpenTable being a restaurant reservation app, Priceline, you might know about Momondo locally, it's part of Priceline Group, and so on and so forth. So in a way, it's not a single company, but it's an area of companies, so we act as a shared service rather than just an office. Cool. So I'd like to start a little bit with where's cybersecurity now and how did we get from this, right? 10, 15 years ago, actually not that much. We thought about cybersecurity, about that guy in a little dark corner somewhere doing some stuff that we don't really understand. It was basically the IT guy 20 years ago, right? So we got from this pretty quick to this, right? To, a very standalone environment where people have career paths, where people know what their task and what their mission within the company is, and they collaborate with other peers within the same domain, doing other stuff to get to the whole mission, and that is basically protecting a environment, right? Now, if IT took around 10 years to do the switch from the lonely IT guy to big teams, just cybersecurity took only 5 or less. It developed very fast, of course, on the backbone of what IT did in the past. So that presents a lot of opportunities today because the industry grows very, very fast, right? Why? Because IT and digitalization grows even faster, right? So if you have companies that go all digital, right, and we still know we're just at 30%, 70% left to get there, those 70% will need more skills on cybersecurity, not only on IT, right? So the industry today presents a massive, massive growth opportunity. I think it's the most massive since the .com era, right? Where if you knew how to build a website, you're a king, you're a hero, you have a job, you do a lot of money, right? Kind of the same thing started to happen in cybersecurity around 2-3 years ago when massive phishing campaigns started to attack. When GDPR hit and you had those big news like, oh, Microsoft has been hacked, Yahoo has been hacked, and so on and so forth. So the need just exploded. How big is that need and how crowded is the market? Well, that's let's say an understatement that I'm going to touch momentarily. One of the things that's nice about the industry is that it's not going to go away, right? Jobs like security analysts or security engineering will not go away. Why? Because there's no perfect product. You always find vulnerabilities. For example, each and every Tuesday, once per month, it's patch day for Microsoft. And they disclose, like, let's say 100 vulnerabilities. Hey, we knew about this. We didn't tell you up until now because now we have a patch and you can actually fix the system. Because if we told you earlier, hackers would jump to actually attack that weak point. Microsoft does that monthly. Apple does that monthly for years now. It's not going to end. It's just a cycle. It's like a routine already, right? Imagine new products, right? You look at ChatGPT, probably in 2 or 3 years, you're going to find 100 ways of actually hacking that system, and that brings another massive cybersecurity market. AI, we look at AI today of how it can help us, let's say the good guys, right? And how it can, do our jobs easier. But hackers are very lazy. They're going to use AI to attack. Their AI is going to make hackers' lives a lot easier, right? So that's going to make, let's say, a new front in the cybersecurity offensive defensive war that we need to fill in with crazy skills that we don't even know how to define today. So, how crowded is it? Well, not crowded at all. Actually, there's a gap of 3 million jobs worldwide on cybersecurity. On top of that, you also put the risk and compliance, so the auditors, the risk consultants on technology that integrate whatever hardcore cybersecurity professionals are doing with what the business needs and what the business needs to report, right? So there's 4.5 million jobs there up for grabs. Now, the nice part is that 2 years ago, that was 2.5 million. But because of the pandemic and because companies quickly digitalized, the demand, instead of shrinking, it actually got bigger, even with universities and with industry stepping up in terms of what they could offer as a number of professionals. So we're not even at peak, right? It's still probably 5 to 10 years ago to go from peaking. Combine that with the fact that you always have human vulnerabilities, you're always going to make intrinsic mistakes when building a software, and you can easily retire from this industry without being bored one day of your life. Cool. Now, I talked a lot about a lot of jobs, but what's there actually to do, right? What's the environment of functions, positions, or specializations that you can choose from, right? So, again, it's getting at a mature level, so you have different types of engineering, right? If you call yourself a cybersecurity engineer to an interview, someone will ask you engineering of what, right? Because now there's a clear delimitation between cloud security, and you require a special set of skills, a special set of software that you need to know, and a special type of mindset, actually. Same for product, right? There are a lot of cybersecurity products that are being built there. So you might be a developer, right? But you love the industry, so you can just develop for products in the industry. Data is very complex. When you look at complex, big global networks, data is a mess, and it always needs a little bit of automation, engineering, forensics, troubleshooting, and you name it over there. Application and network, right? So you have 2 layers now, and you have different needs and different skills on both layers. And of course, detection, right? So that is basically defensive security. You need systems that can integrate with all of those environments to be able to detect threats and to be able to make rules to detect those threats. Cool. Now, that doesn't mean that security engineering doesn't have a basic underlying for all of them, right? The threats are the same. The outside landscape is the same. The IT, right, and the backbones go through the same principles. ITIL, if you'd like, doesn't change for any of them, right? You still have to do it. Now, in terms of security analysts, because this again in the industry is believed to be only that guy that processes some tickets and takes one ticket with the left, delivers it to the right and stuff like that, which is actually just the triage part up there, right? So that's just the entry level of what a security analyst can do. It's a very good entry level because you understand the landscape and you understand where you want to go in your career going forward. Do I want to be an engineer? Do I want to be a pen tester? Where do I want to land, right? And you have the 360 degrees views from the tickets that you're processing to understand what's good for you. And then you can go for threat hunting, for example, right? So you have these massive systems. You've heard about the threat, and the first thought is this threat in my network? Right? So you go ahead and you look if that's the case or not. So you need some skills to be able to do that. Researcher is a little bit geared towards the external part, so it's a threat hunter, but on the outside world. All right, we have this new threat. Has anyone weaponized it? Is there a software that could out there in the black market that could compromise my network? Is there a specific attacker group that's already exploiting that in the wild? Analytics, again, is very interesting. Just to give you a flavor, Booking.com just for security reasons, is processing 3 petabytes of logs at 60 days. 3 petabytes. It's enormous. You need people that focus only on analytics to understand how to make something good out of that data. Because otherwise it's a huge lake. It's not a lake, it's an ocean, and you don't really get what's going on there, right? And those guys from analytics will then work with threat hunting, will then work with threat intelligence, and will work with forensics to feed them the data they need, right, and to upskill their research. Talking about forensics, usually, you have an incident, you don't really know, you have that big data lake, you don't really know what happened there, so you need to go and drill down and most of the times build small tools to be able to find out what happened or if something happened. Incident response speaks by itself. It's not only most of the times it's not related to an attacker. So that brings you a little bit closer to troubleshooting what happened in an IT network. Usually you're a hero of operations, right? Because you go back to operations and you say, oh, this was just a flaw in the system that you didn't realize. Oh my God, no one attacked us. Fine, we're good. Oh, and we can optimize our systems now. Yay. So it has multiple areas that you can hit there. Now, there's also this risk realm that's less known in the cybersecurity. It's usually considered to be audit. So then you say audit and you say, no, this is not for me. Deloitte, no, we're good. But actually it's a very, very nice industry, especially when you look at technology. If you look at risk management, right, you have, let's say, the new Booking.com app, right? And you need to talk with all those functions earlier to make sure that you map the right threats, and when it goes into production, you don't mess it up. And they're the guardians of that. So in a way, they safeguard a little bit what they're doing, and they also communicate with business. This is somewhere in between business and the actual cybersecurity. So you can have a very good view of what's going on there. Same for risk governance. Same for IT controls, and again, audit speaks by itself. However, in the audit industry, cybersecurity is it's a little bit a level up, right? So you're not just the normal auditor; you're a very hunted auditor because there are not a lot of these folks in the market. Last but not least, business continuity. That's again a very tough job to do. Because business continuity says, if disaster strikes, what are you doing? Where are you going? How fast can you put the network back up? How fast can you respond with your business to it? How fast can you recover? What's the amount of loss that the business wants to take, right? So for example, a IT engineer says, well, we're going to recover in 3 days. You go back and you say, all right, if this application is down 3 days, it's going to cost the company 20 million euros. You go to the business and say, hey, business, your engineer said it's going to recover in 3 days, and it's going to cost you 20 million euros if that happens. What will the business say? No. We need to do it faster, right? And in a way, this is a nudge for engineering to actually keep getting better and better and better and come up with good solutions and good innovative ideas of what to do. So business continuity, again, it's a little bit like the risk management and governance. You need to know a lot about both worlds and to translate from one place to another and to be able to do your job properly. But there are also others that are not really mapped to a big domain, right? Vulnerability management. As I was telling you earlier, right, the vulnerabilities that get released from the big producers of software and so on and so forth, someone needs to make sure that the engineers patch those in the system, right? And that by mistake they don't lose a couple of systems like, whoops, we forgot to patch those. That's what a vulnerability manager does. Architecture, right? So important. You need to build things from the ground up. We all heard about security by design. We stopped talking about it because it's so complicated to implement, but just 10% probably do it today from the market, right? So that's again a very, very nice role. pen testing, right? Being the bad guy, but for good money, basically. That's again a very interesting role, being the attacker, being in the role of the attacker, and see how far you can go into a legitimate system. Policy expert. For all of this, right, you need policies, you need procedures, you need good practices, you need operations. Someone needs to put them on paper, get them to the executives to sign them off, and then go back and to the audit guys and say, hey, please make sure that our teams respect this. And last but not least, information security officer. This is the level underneath chief information security officer. So you have a 360 degrees view on everything that's going on. You coordinate with everything. You speak with the business. And if an audit comes in, you're going to be the first to answer the questions. So again, it's a job for, let's say, people that are high energy and that like to understand complex aspects and that want to train their patience, because things won't happen in the rhythm that they need to happen. So you need to always nudge people around. Cool. So that's a little bit of these. You can find a lot of information about each and every one on the internet. I try to, surface the, let's say, the fun facts rather than the whole job descriptions there. Last but not least, just a small deep dive in emerging technologies, right? And from my own subjective perspective, I'd say that these are the most dangerous from a security perspective, right? So if you're a cybersecurity professional or if you want to go in the industry, watch out for this, because they're going to impact this craft the most. Why deepfakes? Because of phishing. You all got a message, or you all know about, Raiffeisen or Blue Air sending a message that looks suspicious and it's actually a hacker that want to take your money. That happens a lot. So there are around 100 billion phishing emails or messages sent out in the world every day. Imagine what deepfakes will do, right? So the bank calls you and it has the exact same voice as the teller you talked with yesterday. You're going to get hacked. You're going to trust that person. So that's why deepfakes, and we don't have a solution. There's no solution for deepfakes other than training and awareness. So whoever comes up with an engineering solution for that is going to be a king, a millionaire, billionaire, whatever. 5G. 5G is a very nice thing. Again, we talk about it. Wow, so many possibilities. And then the security analysts sweat and say, oh my God, so many new ways to be hacked, and we don't know what those ways are. Right? So there's still a lot to discover. Once we'll have mass adoption of 5G, we'll notice where the actual engineers screwed up when configuring it. Right now, we don't really know. Quantum computer and AI, actually, they're a danger because attackers will use them just as we normal human beings that don't want to make fake money use them, right? So they're going to use it to weaponize their software just as we used to optimize it or to make our lives better, right? If AI is already being used, so there are phishing campaigns on LinkedIn that got automated and have a machine learning engine in the back that optimizes the way it sends messages or the way it creates fake profiles and stuff like that, right? Hey, it's getting used the same way we use it for e-commerce, basically. Quantum computing is another frontier because in the beginning we're going to use it to defend ourselves. It's going to be a lot harder for attackers once you start working with quantum computers in your network because they can morph. But then when attackers will start to use them, we don't know what's going to happen. That's, let's say, 5 to 10 years from now, but in this industry we never get bored. All right, so I think that was the main message that I wanted to send out today. Thank you very much for listening in. And if you have any questions, comments, unknown truths, I'm here to hear them out. Going once. Okay, all right, let's try something else. Who's in the cybersecurity industry today? Who thinks about going into the cybersecurity industry? All right. Fair enough. Who never thought about it, but today said maybe I should look into it? All right. Well, I had some degree of success today. All right. Then thank you very much for listening in. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Where do I leave this?
Just leave it here.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for this insightful perspective. All right, everyone. So we're very much on schedule. That means that at 11:40, we will start our next presentation on the digital revolution, changing the world forever, from our friends from Bearing Point. This one's actually quite exciting for me. The title's great because it links to the digital revolution that I was talking about earlier. We learned about a lot about cybersecurity, which I think is really important. Please, you have about 10 minutes. Please be back here. I mean, don't leave eventually, but you don't have to leave, but you certainly have to be back here in about 10 minutes. I will remind you to take your seats if you're around. So enjoy a little bit of break time.
să nu mă agăț în el. Mă aud.
Our next presentation on the digital revolution and changing the world forever will start soon, in a couple of minutes. So please be here and be ready. If anyone by any chance has friends outside, maybe prompt them to come into the room. All right, everyone, please come in. Please take your seats. Come in. We're about to start. So for this next presentation, it's going to be my pleasure to invite our friends from Bearing Point, Bogdan Ionica and Daniel Ursu, to talk about the digital revolution. Welcome to the stage, guys. Thank you. Best of luck.
My name is Bogdan, and I'm a software architect at Bearing Point, coordinating two projects on software compliance analysis.
Hello, my name is Daniel, and I am a software engineer specialized on full-stack web applications.
Mergem? Cam ia înapoi. Cred că e invers. Yeah. Aha. Bun, We are right now living in the future. Imagine going back in time to 100 years ago, to the time when your great-great-grandfather lived. People were living very different lives back then. They used candle fire to light up their homes. Writing letters and waiting a week for a response was the only way to get in touch with anyone outside of your village. And iron tools were still an expensive commodity for most. Imagine meeting these people, pulling out your smartphone, and having a video call with somebody on the other side of the planet in real time, or finding the answer to any question in less than a second. This will surely look like magic to them. And you may get burned at the stake, so don't do it. Today, maybe it may not be obvious to all of you, but take a look around and think about the fact that most of what you see and what you're used to, technology-wise, did not exist 70 years ago. And that's one human lifespan. For 99.99% of human history, things have been much different. If you need more proof that we are indeed living in the future, go and watch any sci-fi movie about the future from the 80s or 90s and see how our current technology, what we have today, mostly surpasses what people even imagined back then. Let's go through a bit of history.
During the Industrial Revolution, electricity was discovered, but people didn't really know what to use it for. Only in the late 1800s, Thomas Edison invented the first light bulb, and electricity was used for street lights. This year was only 150 years ago. During the next 80 years, people found more and more uses for electricity, and starting to building motors, radios, and invent electronics. At around 1950, the first true computers emerged, leading to a new era. These computers used vacuum tubes to hold bits. One bit of data was the size of a thumb, and they were almost impossible to be used except by very patient geniuses. Since 1980, computers became more user-friendly. Before that, software engineering was only a niche for highly specialized experts. If you think during this era, if the technology ballooned, it was nothing compared to what came next. You can see how things get more crowded towards the right side. Before we move on, let me tell you a funny story. How many of you know what this picture is? Okay? This is the first computer bug ever recorded in history. On September 9, 1947, the Harvard Mark II, an electromechanical computer, was experienced an issue caused by a moth. This moth was trapped in one of the relays of the computer and caused a malfunction. Grace Hopper and her team, the pioneers of computer programming, discovered the moth and documented in their logbook.
We are very lucky to be alive in general, but especially during such extraordinary times. Think about how many people before us had the opportunity to witness such dramatic changes in their society. And now we're not counting those that lived through the plague or world wars. Those were bad times. When I was a kid, computers were kind of like rockets, and not because they were very fast, but because they were extremely rare, and you'd be very, very lucky to get your hands on one, even for a few hours. Most people didn't even know they existed. Fast forward to today, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone born in the last 30 years that has never used a computer. The adoption rate was simply insane. Now, we take it for granted, and today not only are computers found in every office or household, but most people wear them. Who doesn't have a smartphone or a smartwatch? Anybody? See, point proven. There's at least one computer in every car, every vending machine, every ATM, heck, even in espresso machines. Today's average citizen is not only required, but expected to know how to use computers, even for basic tasks such as finding a job or getting places. I mean, where's the last time you saw a paper map in a shop? Not only that, but we're also expected to know how to configure these devices and to tweak them by ourselves. Remember back in the days when your neighbors called you up to install Windows on their PCs? No? You're not that old, okay. Those same neighbors are today likely installing their own applications and configuring their settings on their smartphones by themselves, no? Maybe you found an exception. It's just crazy how quickly people adapted to all of the modern technology, and this basically has no precedent in history. To put it in contrast, think about how a couple centuries ago, the, by today's standards, simple task of writing a letter was something that very few people knew how to do, and they were usually employed by the royalty for hefty wages because, hey, that was complicated.
Although computers, they were seen nothing more than just a gimmick, as they become easier to use and more affordable, computers started to be used in all areas of our lives, including industry, retail, communication, entertainment, media consumption, and healthcare. With the advance of highly processing data, the computers started to be used in offices for accounting, design, analytics, replacing calculator, pen, and paper. We've advanced in hardware and integrated circuits. Computers were used in industry for automated processes by supervising and adjusting the parameters, replacing the human interaction. As the internet, with the advance of the internet, the computers changed the way people send or receive messages. Instead of sending a paper mail and waiting for days for a response, you can now send a message and receive a reply in a matter of seconds. The retail sector was drastically changed. Items and stocks are added to the system, scanned at checkout, and later the invoices are generated by a software. Doctors keep track on entire medical report of a patient. With advent of AI and high computing power, we can use computer for high complex image processing power to diagnose health problems. Entertainment and media consumption, you already know what it is. You can now watch whatever movie you want, whenever you want, without leaving your home. This didn't exist 20 years ago.
You don't have a driver's license? Who cares? Soon you won't even need one, because it's just a matter of time before autonomous vehicles become the norm. Autonomous trains, trucks, boats, You name it, it's already happening. Even the most complex transportation devices, airplanes, are now almost fully autonomous, even taking off and landing on their own. Not even agriculture is what it used to be, with smart monitoring systems and automated machinery that relies on GPS and artificial intelligence to tend the fields on their own. With advanced and growing computing power, scientists have been able to harness algorithms that predict the folding of proteins, meaning, in plain English, that they can derive their physical properties from their chemical formula. Who cares, right? Turns out this method has been successfully used during the coronavirus pandemic to predict virus mutations and to develop efficient antiviral drugs. Also, computer algorithms and machine learning have enabled scientists to unravel the mysteries of our own DNA and to devise the CRISPR method for targeted editing of genes, opening up the way for things such as fixing genetic anomalies and hereditary diseases, and even for the controversial subject of designer babies.
Let's go through some of the things that have the greatest potential on our world.
Let's go.
AI and machine learning transformed the way we live in our society by including decision-making processes, customer services, and cybersecurity. In the future, we will have personalized medicine and custom treatments for each patient. Robust AI-driven cybersecurity measures will protect our businesses and individuals. I have a question. How many of you have used ChatGPT, DALL-E, or eJourney? Okay. Good.
IoT and 5G technologies have allowed us to basically become more lazy by interconnecting everything and putting control over your environment at your fingertips so that you don't have to leave your couch. Artificial and virtual reality, although currently used mostly for entertainment purposes, have great potential for enhancing the engineering design process, allowing surgeons to perform more precise and complicated procedures, and becoming an all-around hands-on training tool in any domain, meaning that you can now learn to fly a helicopter from your couch.
Let's have a look at the key factors that have led to this revolution. Development of faster, more powerful, and cheaper computer processors enabled us to creating complex software applications and digital devices. With advent of internet, we're creating a global community and share ideas. The social media platforms change the way people interact, creating new collaborations and new opportunities. The rise of smartphones and mobile devices build a reliance on mobile tech for communication, sharing ideas, enabling to access whatever information wherever you are.
Let's see what are some of the benefits of these transformations. Obviously, automation and digitalizations have made many things faster and more efficient. Communication has been completely transformed by technology, allowing us, or you, to connect with virtually any person on this planet from your couch, the way we like it, right? Instantly. In healthcare and medicine, state-of-the-art technology enabled unprecedented accuracy and speed in diagnosis. Scientific discoveries have been exponentially boosted by technology and created new branches of science. And even education is being fundamentally transformed with a shift in focus from memorization to learning the tools, the methods and techniques, and hands-on experience and greater accessibility and interactivity. Because learning to fly a helicopter from a textbook, that's so last century.
Of course, we must be aware of the risks. Our lives are stored more digitally, and the number of cybersecurity threats increased. Hackers can steal personal information or financial data. The production, disposal, and energy consumption of devices contribute to carbon emissions. One of the worst disadvantage is that workers are displaced. They are replaced with automation, AI, and robotics. Companies and governments can use your personal information for their own without the consent of the individual. With all of this data, your decision to get accurate or bad sources conducts to fake news. With digitalization appears a lot of health problems, including eye strain, health issues, mental issues, and sleep disturbances.
Let's take a moment and imagine where things can go from here. What will the world be like for our grandchildren? Hopefully not the Matrix. Quantum computers have the potential to revolutionize many industries by solving complex and previously unsolvable issues in very small amounts of time. For example, in drug discovery, they can greatly accelerate the process of finding new treatments. Quantum cryptography methods can turn communication networks into basically uncrackable and unhackable systems. And also, quantum computers enable breakthroughs in modeling any highly complex and chaotic system, such as climate and financial markets, yielding invaluable predictions. And who knows what this can turn into when combined with the next ingredient.
Brain-computer interfaces could be used to discover new ways for helping people with paralysis, brain issues. Also, people with speech and hearing problems can be helped with this technology, as that this technology will interpret thoughts and convert them into speech or text. Smart materials could be used to create energy-efficient buildings, and with the technology of self-healing materials, we could use them for long-lasting structures, and or in medicine to create prosthetics and for non-invasive operations, surgeries.
The implications of all of these advancements are vast, to say the least, and we've barely scratched the surface here. But there are numerous studies on the subject out there, and people are constantly struggling to comprehend the ways in which all of this is affecting us. which is kind of like a race against the clock, and only this time the clock gets faster and faster. The key takeaway here is to look into the future with curiosity and excitement, but also keep a skeptical eye and a sharp critical mind. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention, and we have a surprise for you. You can scan this code and get a chance to win Apple AirPods second generation.
And now if you have any questions, is the time to ask. Can we get a microphone?
Test. Okay.
Yeah.
All the things that you highlighted in the presentation are, let's say, in a positive way, but we all know technology has some downsides as well.
Yes, definitely.
Can you, in your opinion, tell us maybe one or two ideas about that?
Sorry, what's the question?
That is not really a question, but can you tell us some downsides of digital revolution? Not only the positive.
We actually had a slide about that. Seems like you have not been paying attention. Yeah, well, of course there are downsides, and we tried to focus on the positive things, but like Daniel said, there's social isolation, increasing reliance on technology, which may lead to, I don't know, some kind of technological apocalypse or whatever, and
Carbon emissions,
yeah.
environmental impact.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other question? Okay, then enjoy your break. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Can I be heard? Yeah. All right, everyone. So at 12:10, we will have our next presentation on how cloud computing impacts our work today and tomorrow. From our friend from Microsoft, Robert Bufan, he will be talking about something that's very relevant to our actual lives. My request to all of you is please be here no later than a minute or two before 12:10. 12:10, 10 minutes past 12. That's when we're going to start. Be here in the room. We're going to have, after this presentation, there's going to be a lunch break. There's going to be some lovely lunch for you here. So be here in the room for this presentation, and let's hear about that work life and how it's influenced by cloud computing. we're about 2 minutes in, friends. So in 2 minutes, we're going to start our next presentation. Hopefully, we're going to get everyone stepping into the room. I think we have most of you here. So you have these little things on your chair with a QR code, and you can get your participation certificates from them. So if you use them, you find them on your chair. That might be useful. That might be something that you actually. Not these? Not those. Okay. There's a different one. Not that one. Where would those be found? So these, the QR codes that I should have correctly referred to are on the back of the chair. So they're right here. They're on the back of the chair in front of you. That's where you can find it. Okay. So now we're clear on what that is. If there are technical questions, you can ask them at the next break, because I don't know how to answer those technical questions about the QR code if it doesn't work. But I'm sure you can use a different one if that particular one doesn't work. All right. If everyone's ready and excited to hear about how our work life can be improved, because honestly I am, because your work life being improved means also that your work-life balance can be improved, which is something that I know a lot of people are struggling with. Definitely, I'm also struggling with. So it's my pleasure to welcome Robert Pufan from Microsoft to talk about how cloud computing is impacting work.
Hello? How are you? Everybody's okay? It's Saturday, it's raining, it's perfect to discuss about jobs, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's start in full force. Oops, sorry. Okay. I need your help, okay? So it's been a while since I had a presentation in front of so many people. So first of all, thank you for making the time to be here. But I need some energy from you. So can you help me with some round of applause? Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. So welcome to I Love Tech Bucharest of this year, at least. I'm Robert. I'm a cloud solution architect at Microsoft. I've been working for this company for more than 8 years now. And the topic I have for you, because I don't want to discuss about Microsoft products, okay, I promise. I want to discuss about something much more important, which is how cloud computing is impacting the way we work now and tomorrow. Because we have access to some relevant data. And I think this is very important, especially under this environment. Now, kept an obvious slide now, yeah, the world is changing. We know that. AI is here. I saw your hands at the Bearing Point presentation where everybody heard or used ChatGPT and stuff like that. It has impact now in large businesses. So when you look at large companies like Ernst & Young, and I saw them having a stand here, they are using AI now to optimize their businesses. So AI is here, AI is being implemented. It's not about a matter of choice. It's about how we are going to work with it. Okay, so this whole hybrid work, and I'm very sure you've heard about hybrid work for like millions of times in the last 2-3 years, has an opportunity behind it. The opportunity, we saw it some years ago, because of course it's impacting where we are working, but Microsoft started to conduct a study. The study is very relevant. It's not like in those shampoo, commercials, when they say 9 out of 10 women say this shampoo is the best shampoo, and when you read below, they asked 50 people. No, this study, it's called Work Trend Index. You can search for it, it's public. Work Trend Index is made in more than 30 countries with more than 30,000 respondees. Now, the first time when we saw it, when we had the results was 2 years ago, in 2021. When we saw we live in a hybrid work paradox. Hybrid work paradox means the respondents, those 30-something K, said that 70% of them said we want hybrid work to continue. We want remote work, we want telemuncă, we want flexible working spaces and stuff like that. The paradox comes now because about the same amount of people said they want more face-to-face interaction at the same time. This happened in 2021. That was a paradox at that time. Now it makes sense 2 years later because hybrid work is here to stay. If a company doesn't offer flexible work environment, they lose their employees. It's easy like that. Yeah. So hybrid work is here to stay. Now, last year we had the study again around March. I can't wait for the results for this year. Last year we found out that people put health above the job. So if I don't feel safe, if I don't feel happy, if I don't like that employer, I'm leaving. Yeah, and that's what happened last year. And everybody was, yeah, that's why all the companies are here trying to get recruits. Yeah, because teenagers, and I'm happy to see a lot of teenagers here, said more than half of them, if the job is not safe, I'm leaving. The ones that can work hybrid, around 40% of them said they have absolutely no clue why and when to go to the office. This happened to me even before the pandemic, but that's a personal thing. It's not about this study. So where is the problem? The problem is that, and we saw it in what the managers declared. Most of the managers declared we don't have the right digital tools to work in this new setup. Okay, so what do we see from the data? The data tells us a lot of things. And I have good and bad news. The bad news is that some managers believe that flexible work means available non-stop, which is not true, of course. So we see that, okay, people are adapting. So if we talk about Teams meetings, we see that most of them now, or let's say over 60% of them, last less than a quarter of an hour. Yeah, last less than 15 minutes, which means they are productive. We don't spend 1 hour in a meeting that could have been an email. Yeah, so we are adapting. We are adapting. On the other side, unfortunately, and I know this is still happening, we increased the time we work during weekends. My case today, but I'm doing it for pleasure now, so I won't put it to that category. But there is almost 30% increased time in overtime, which is not okay. Okay, so this is what happened last year. We had the great resignation, yeah, where most of the employees said, you know what, I'm preparing my next career move. But next career move doesn't mean just another employer. Mean getting out of the work of the companies and starting their own startup, or even relocating to another country. Okay, so this is a huge challenge, but like I like to say, a huge opportunity as well. Where are we staying as Romanian? I think you know this, yeah? Do you know this? Yeah. So we are ranking 27th out of the 27 European states in digitalization. This is what the European Commission is showing us. Despite the fact we have more than 200,000 technical people, developers in Romania. We have 10,000 that are graduating in tech every year, but still our adoption of technology is, well, it can get worse than this. Yeah. So again, it's an opportunity, but we need to understand what we want to do about it and how we want to play with this. So the first message I have to you, if you are learning something, pass it on. Yeah. And this is the first thing I want to tell you. You are technical, great. Teach the others as well, because we need it, all of us. Okay, so moving back to all these companies. In hybrid, there are a lot of concerns that are available globally. And when I mean a lot, there are a lot. Yeah. So I've tried to summarize everything, and it's something like this. And we need to be careful about disconnection from the leadership, from what the companies are actually following. We need to be careful about using old solutions or old hardware. Do you know that a teenager now chooses an employer based on the technology that will be used at that employer? You are giving me a 5-year-old laptop? No, thank you. I'm going to the other guy who is giving me a new Mac. It's something that's happening now. Because new technology also means the employer has access to the relevant information that is being provided by the, let's say, the company or the corporation or the organization, whatever you want to call it. Good. So what do we want in the end? Yeah, what's our purpose here? Yeah, what do we want? What's the vision? The vision is very simple. When we discuss about hybrid, the vision is very, very simple. We want people to hear and be heard, see and be seen, and we want everybody to collaborate regardless if they are first-party or third-party solutions. So you want to use Jira in Teams, you can do it. You want to use SAP in Teams, you can do it. You want to join a Zoom call from a Teams device, you can do that. Everything goes down to integration, and I think that's where we are heading now. Integration between providers of technology, even if they are to some extent competitors. Cool. Okay, so I don't know about the other clouds, but I can tell you a bit about the Microsoft Cloud and how it's working, because if we discuss about cloud, it's it's a big topic. But I'll try to summarize a bit. When we think about the public cloud, we need to think about security and compliance. Okay, so we need to make sure that data is in the hand of the one who uses it. We need to understand the fact that the data is not being collected to be used to parse advertisements. Yeah. And we need things like having data centers in European Union. We need to think about having local residency of data and all that stuff. Okay, so if we take it one by one, cloud powers applications. Okay, have you heard about GitHub Copilot? Have you used it? Who used Copilot in GitHub? Bogdan, I know you did. Okay. Okay. Okay, for the other ones, I have a short video.
Can make me a more productive developer. I'm using Django Python, which, like most programming languages and frameworks, is supported by Copilot. Django is a framework for creating line of business applications, and the first step is to create my model classes, which is typically tedious. What I'm going to do instead
is writing in natural language what they want to code.
What I need my model to look like. That gray italicized text is Copilot generating the appropriate code. It creates the class definition and the full class across multiple lines of code. Copilot is also context aware. It saw the fact that I created a speaker class, And it once again goes, well, speakers need to do something, and it generates a talk class for me. That entire class, all of those lines of code, was generated for me automatically by Copilot. There was one thing I didn't necessarily want here, which is it's allowing for speakers and talks all to be deleted. I want to modify that, so I go back to Copilot, ask it for a new suggestion, and it generates one. Finally, I want to add on a code for the talk which matches a particular pattern. Normally at this point, I would go running off to Stack Overflow to look up how to write this regular expression. Instead, I describe in natural language what that pattern is supposed to look like, and Copilot generates all of the appropriate code for me. This allows me to stay in the zone and focus in on the more important aspects of writing code.
Okay, so it's not the fact that they are writing the code for you. So please understand this, because this is very important. We know that almost half of the code written now, it's written by AI. However, it's not, don't think that AI will replace a developer, because the developer needs to understand what the AI wrote. So I don't think AI will replace jobs, but the people who will use AI will replace the ones who don't. Okay, so if we go to data, what do we do about the data? The very same thing. Yeah, AI will help us work in a natural language to find out what were the sales in the west part of Romania, put on category of products. Well, you can spend 2 hours in Excel to do that, or you can just write it and you get the results directly in Power BI. Okay, how about the productivity apps, Teams, Office, whatever, yeah? How do we work with those? Will we have AI there? Yes. So that GitHub Copilot, imagine you'll have it now in Excel, in Word, in PowerPoint. Yeah, maybe a presentation about top capitals in Europe. And he will be able to make that for you, so you don't spend the time researching. But of course, please keep in mind, you need to challenge it. You need to double check it. If it's in AI, doesn't mean it's correct. Okay? Cool. What else? Business applications, ERPs, CRMs, same thing. Yeah? And here is something really cool. Yesterday was Friday, and I had a meeting in the morning, which I didn't attend because I had other things to do. And there is now something which is called Viva Sales. I'm not talking about the product, I'm talking about what happened. Because the system saw I wasn't able to attend the scheduled meeting. They've sent me a message through a bot in Teams telling me, hey, do you want to see what happened in that meeting? Do you want me to do a recap of that meeting? And this is something that's possible.
Microsoft Viva Sales revolutionizes the seller experience. Kelly is a busy seller who gets help from Copilot in Viva Sales, which is available to Dynamics 365 sales customers. And
imagine you get an email from a customer,
Salesforce
you are a seller, and you need to make a reply to that customer.
Viva Sales automatically generates a suggested reply enriched with the content from the CRM data. You can see there is a mention of the product, the number of units, and the price point, all seamlessly taken from the opportunity data and combined with the email context. With the content complete, she can simply copy the message to her email, make any minor adjustments to suit her style, and send. Not only is this far more effective than crafting a message from scratch, but Viva Sales can instantly store and update the insight back into CRM. As we take a look at Daisy, she uses the power of AI to help.
Okay, you get the point. Yeah? So it's not that the fact that it's replacing the job, but it's empowering that those, let's say, activities that would cost a lot of time. Cool. Security. AI in security is fantastic. Yeah, because an AI can determine if you are compromised or not. So we can go on and on, but I don't want to do that. I just want to go a little bit in the infrastructure because that's the backbone. Yeah. So if we go around the infrastructure, you heard about the OpenAI, ChatGPT, and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, they reside in the same infrastructure. This is now a service that everybody can use, thankfully. And it can be scaled, it can be trained on your specific data, and things like that. Yeah, so it's now, we call it Azure OpenAI Service. So it's a service, but being something that can go wrong very fast. You can't access it with all the money in the world unless you provide the use case in which scenario you want to use this service. So if you want to use OpenAI as a service, you need to specify exactly what do you want to do with it. What's the use case? What's the scenario of your application? Okay. And something very important, this needs to be tailored for each industry because every industry is different. So you can have cloud for retail, which is one thing, but it's another thing if we discuss about implementation of cloud in healthcare. Okay, so keep in mind all of these aspects that are being put in place now. And I know this is a lot of information. So I was thinking, okay, what would I do if I were at the beginning of my career? The answer, unfortunately, is keep learning every day. Yeah, so faculty, yeah, that's just the starting point. Yeah, you need to learn every day. And thankfully, Microsoft has some pretty cool programs about this one. If you're a student, you don't need to pay a thing. So there are 2 links over there, and I will explain them a bit. The first one is about all the certifications that you as a professional can take on your own name from home if, of course, you pass the exams. And they are not easy, I can tell you from experience. However, these certifications are not just relevant if you want to work for Microsoft. No. Microsoft works with a lot of partners, like, I don't know, Ernst & Young, I see them here. Okay? Ernst & Young is training their employees and their professionals based on those certifications. So they are relevant across the technical industry, not just for one vendor or for one manufacturer. And the second link, because we want to make this as easy as possible, we call it the Train Cert poster. It's a poster, it's live, and you can see all the paths, all of the learning paths that you can follow. If you want to become a developer, if you want to work in data and AI, if you want to, I don't know, if you want to develop business applications, there is a path for all of them. And what you see there are my certificates from last year. These are from this year. Yeah, so it's always about learning. I hear a lot of people saying, I want to join a role in a big company, I don't know, Microsoft, Google, whatever, because I want to learn. Yeah, do you know what's that? If you want to learn, and I have some fellow colleagues here and I salute them now, in Microsoft, you are obliged to take a technical exam every year. Yeah, you are learning. But if you don't pass it, that's bad news. Yeah. So, yeah, you can learn, but you always need to be up to date with what's happening in the industry. Cool. So, questions? We have time. So, but I know I'm the last thing standing between you and the coffee and the networking break. So, if you have any questions. Did you find it useful? Cool. If there are no further questions, I would like to thank you so much for your attention. Seems that we have a question. Question? Yeah.
How much time did you spend to take a certification?
Okay, so very good question. Thank you for that. It depends on the type of certifications. We have, we call them fundamentals, so the base. Then we have associate certifications, and then we have the expert certifications. Bogdan, help me out. So for the fundamentals, I think there are 8 hours of study, but I mean 8 hours of study, yeah? Not 8 hours of reading. So it's like 8 to 16 hours just for the fundamentals. And you can just double that for each type of certification. For an expert one, 2 months. Every day, at least 2 hours. Yeah? But it's relevant, yeah, so, and it's on your own name. It has nothing to do with the employer. That's the biggest advantage. It's your own personal email account. It's for you, that certification. You can carry it on to any employer or wherever you want to go with it. And this is very important, yeah. And if you're a student, you don't pay for the exams. Otherwise, the exams do have a cost. They are being, you can take them online, but you cannot cheat. You cannot cheat about them because it's a special software that's being installed on your computer, and you are filmed. You need a webcam, and the whole exam, someone, a real person, is watching you through the whole process of the exam, and the exam is like 45 minutes. Yeah. I think it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
We could use a coffee, right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. All right. Guys, thank you for being such a lovely and good and patient audience. It's very interesting, and we're going to have more insightful talks after you get a chance to enjoy some snacks and some refreshments. So we should be ready to start our next talk at about 1:20, right? About 1:20, we should be back here to start. You have some refreshments and food over there, so please feel welcome. Stay around, talk to each other, engage, talk about what you found interesting. Talk about the issues that raise questions for you. Know people, know things, discover. Hello, friends. Hope you have enjoyed or enjoying your break and meal. Very, very soon, we will gather up and move towards our next presentation about the Internet of Things and applications that enable it. So get ready. All right, everyone, if we can try to gather up so that we can start very, very soon. If you have friends that are outside that you know of, please give them a prompt. Tell them, hey, step back into the room so that we can commence. And we can hear about the Internet of Things and how it's mostly improving our lives. Even though, as I've told you in my initial speech, that people are very afraid about being replaced. Like ChatGPT tried to do my speech for me, but I didn't let it. As we're waiting for people to gather a little bit more, for anyone in the audience who wants to give some input, what out of what's been discussed here so far do you find most interesting, mind-opening, and sort of thought-provoking issue for you? What really stands out for you personally, and why? If anyone wants to give us that type of input, sure, go ahead. I don't know. Do we have a mic for him? Do we have a mic for him? If not, you can just try to speak loudly. What's your name? Andrew? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe use a mic. Maybe use a mic because I can hear you a little bit, but I think everyone else can't.
Încep din nou? Do I start over? Okay.
Yeah. Start over so people can hear you.
So I'm Andrew. I'm currently a student at Academia de Studii Economice din Bucharest. I'm first year, and basically I was talking about the opportunities Microsoft presented us today. The certificates are pretty much the highlight of today for me, because I didn't know I had the opportunity to get certified for free in the technologies that an employer might want.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, that's very concrete, very targeted help for someone like you. Anyone else that wants to chip in on something that they find either interesting, useful, or thought-provoking, perhaps in what they heard so far, or even in terms of what's projected to come in the presentations? Don't be shy. We're doing a little bit of public speaking training as well now. Yeah, there's a lady in the back. Maybe she's over there. Could you raise your hand just so the gentleman sees you with the microphone? I know using a mic is not always very comfortable, but in this room we kind of needed to hear each other.
What I found really thought-provoking was the interaction between man and machine, when they said there would be a connection, neural connection, that would help people who had traumatism or accidents to start speaking again. And I was wondering if that means AI would just take over the function of speech therapists, people who will train people with neurological problems. Does that mean? This is what it means? I was just wondering.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought it was thought-provoking.
Mm-hmm. That is a very good question, and a very good, a very important thought. I think it relates also to this notion of, we're afraid of technology, but there are incredible opportunities that AI can actually offer society and save lives, maybe save lives, save souls, save the mental health of people. it's an incredible opportunity. If anyone knows how to answer that question, please do. Obviously, I'm not a tech specialist, so I don't know the answer, but I think that that is a very, very important question. Anyone else that wants to share? Like I said, it's also a little bit of public speaking training. You know, we're getting accustomed to the notion of speaking. I know it's uncomfortable, but nothing bad comes of it. It's just expressing yourself in front of others. Okay, maybe we'll try this. We'll try this in the next break as well. So if I could ask everyone that's in the room to maybe take your seat so we can get ready for the next presentation. If anyone's on the sidelines, if anyone's coming up, just gather up and get ready. So maybe think about this question that I posed about what's thought-provoking, and try to express that to the speakers, but also we can talk about it a little bit more in the breaks. I think, you know, when we express ourselves, we really also manage to provoke others into conversation, to maybe ask questions that we need to, that we want to get answered. So that's why expressing yourself, you know, finding your voice and your way to articulate and argue things, and even in uncomfortable circumstances, is really, really important, and really kind of can help us also navigate a very technological world. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our next presentation. And we have Alina Dima from Amazon, who's going to talk to us about the 8 steps to building Internet of Things application reliance. I think it's a really, really interesting subject. Welcome, Alina. You can come to the stage. I'm really interested in hearing all about it, and I'm sure everyone else is. So
thank you.
Have a lovely presentation.
Thank you very much. Yeah, hi everyone. Really excited to be here today with so many of you here. And welcome to my presentation. So today what we are going to cover is application resilience when it comes to building Internet of Things applications. My name is Alina Dima, and I'm a senior developer advocate in the AWS IoT service team for Amazon Web Services. And my role is really just about meeting the developer community and helping them understand how the Internet of Things works and helping them build better and faster applications with the Internet of Things and AWS technology, and sometimes also outside of AWS technology. I've got an engineering background, so I have a master and a bachelor in computer science, and I'm living at the moment in Berlin, in Germany, but I'm originally from Galați. So yeah, really nice to see you all here. And first of all, before I start, I would like to get a bit of an understanding. How many of you have heard of the Internet of Things before? Okay, that's really good. How many of you have worked with IoT or are working in IoT or building with IoT? Doesn't have to be professionally, but can also be for fun. Okay, all right. Okay, well, that gives me a good idea of how, you know, what I should focus on maybe in this presentation. So let's get started. So the first thing that I'm going to talk about is the goals of this session. So what are we going to discuss? Then I'm going to do a brief introduction into IoT. So what is the Internet of Things? What is the most common protocol that is used in IoT? And then we're going to focus on the problem of hand, right? So what are the challenges when you're building IoT that works not just on one device, but that works on 1 million devices, on 2 million devices, on 5 million devices. So actually the largest scale that I have built with a customer while in professional services was around 6 million devices. And of course, the challenges you have when you're building IoT on one device are different than the challenges you face when you're building 5 to 6 million devices. So we're going to have a maturity model that we will look at from a developer perspective. So how do you ensure that your IoT application is resilient? And this is going to be an 8-step mental model that you can afterwards take with you, and hopefully it's going to help you when you build your own application. And at the end, I'm going to briefly speak about what I do outside of the presentation, and where you can find more resources, and where you can contact me if you want to talk and so on. Right, so the goal of this session is, first of all, understanding challenges. So devices can be really small or really powerful. Various constraints, so you can have a really small microprocessor that needs to integrate in the same fleet of devices with a really powerful gateway, right? So what are the different constraints? How can you prevent data loss when you're in your application and so on? So what are the challenges, basically? And then we're going to look at ways to mitigate the challenges and how you as engineers can make informed decisions about, in order to mitigate the challenges. And then we're going to identify some tools. We're going to speak briefly about how you can solve some of the resilience problems with IoT technology from AWS. And the last step is, of course, build the maturity model. One thing that I do want to say is that this is not a comparison between different services. So I'm not going to go and say this service combination is the best, because this, of course, depends on what you're trying to build. So it's less about the tools and more about the challenges and how to mitigate them. Right, so what is IoT? IoT is about achieving different kind of use cases, like, understanding, your plant. For example, imagine you have a factory made of a lot of machines. How can you improve productivity? How can you improve efficiency? And IoT is always a means to an end. So you don't do IoT because you want to do IoT. You do IoT because you want to understand the, landscape that you're operating in and figure out how you can achieve different KPIs and improve different KPIs, or even improve your situation in your home. So I think a lot of people who are starting with IoT are doing a lot of home automation, right? So how can you connect the devices in your home, like the bulbs and the coffee machine and the fridge and so on, to give you a good, welcoming experience in your house? So this is also another use case of IoT. So it's about connecting a lot of devices with different constraints in order to achieve certain business outcomes that are important for you or for your organization and so on. If you do IoT right, then you have a reliable solution. If you have a reliable solution, then you can actually count on the outcomes of the data you're getting out of your machines. If your solution is not reliable, then you cannot trust whatever data your machines are supposed to send out, right? So it's not possible to have reliable applications without ensuring that you as an engineer are building resilience. Now, the interesting thing about IoT is that it is an ecosystem. So very often when you're doing, for example, web development, or you're doing development of backend systems in distributed applications, or you're doing serverless stack and so on, you might have an ecosystem. People sometimes call themselves full stack when they're working on front ends and back ends and so on. So you do have an ecosystem, but the ecosystem is by far less large than it is when you're dealing with IoT. Because you've got like hardware vendors, you've got network protocol providers, you've got, you've got connectivity providers, and then you've got teams that are operating at higher level in the stack, like firmware engineers, or just application engineers who work on the cloud side. And then you've got data science and science people, and you've got, data analytics engineers and so on. So it is a really large ecosystem. And you have also a lot of open source tools available and a lot of different protocols. Now, to operate in this ecosystem, there are 3 very important steps, right? So it's about planning, and this is where you need to decide what kind of device you're going to get, who is your hardware provider, what are the different components on a really low-level hardware that you actually need, like do you need Bluetooth Low Energy, or do you need LoRa, or do you need, Sidewalk, which is a new release from Amazon Web Services, or do you need, what kind of device do you have, what are you trying to build, and what hardware provider you want to get. Then you've got, of course, the building phase where system engineers, cloud engineers, data analysts, and so on all get together and plan the product that is being built. And at the end, it's about operation, right? So the next phase is about running what you have built and making sure that it actually works. Now, of course, in this presentation, we are going to briefly touch on all these different phases. We're going to focus a bit more maybe on scale, but at the end, we're going to look at all of them, right? So, without further ado, one of the most, let's say, prominently used Internet of Things protocols for communication is MQTT. How many of you are familiar or have heard of MQTT in the past? Very good. But MQTT is, I think all of you know what HTTP is, right? An application level protocol. So MQTT is in the same ballpark, so in the same family of protocols, but it is designed for 24/7 open channel of communication between something that we call publishers and the subscribers, right? All mediated by a broker. So you've got different components interested in data that comes, for example, from IoT devices. And they subscribe to different topics, which are called MQTT topics. I mean, topics are similar to what you'd encounter in event-driven architectures as well. So you subscribe to this topic as a subscriber, you're interested in some type of data, and you say, hey, when this kind of data arrives on this topic, make sure that it gets forwarded to me because I'm interested. The publishers are responsible for publishing this data, and when they publish the data, if the subscriber is online and available, then the subscriber is going to receive this data and be able to use it as they want. But the nice thing about MQTT is that it decouples completely the publishers and the subscribers. So if the subscribers are offline, it doesn't matter for the publisher. So it's not like the code of the publisher is going to break because the subscriber is not there. And also, the other advantage of MQTT over HTTP is the fact that you don't have to open a session for every request, right? So you open the channel, you establish it, and then for 24, endlessly, if everything is ideal, endlessly, this channel will remain open. But of course, you will see that connectivity can get lost. The devices can be in the basement somewhere, losing this communication channel and not being able to talk to publish the data and so on. So it's all mediated by the broker, which is called MQTT broker. Now, MQTT is operating at application level, so it is an application level protocol, usually built over TCP. But I mean, I did hear that there are attempts to actually make a MQTT similar protocol to function over UDP. It's just a little bit more challenging because then you don't have the transmission guarantees and the acknowledgements that TCP is actually giving and providing. Right, and in terms of AWS IoT, this is kind of how the landscape looks like, right? So you've got a bunch of devices here on the left-hand side, which can be sensors, they can be actuators, they can be gateways, and they're called IoT things. And what they do is they initially connect to IoT Core, and you can actually see from this diagram itself that this is the gateway into AWS, and it's also an MQTT broker, right? So they connect to the broker, and then they have this channel open 24/7 ideally to actually send the data over the MQTT application protocol. And once the data is in AWS via the gateway, then it can be consumed by other services, which you can see here on the right-hand side. So you've got Lambda, you've got Amazon DynamoDB, and you've got other AWS and Amazon services. And here are the nice users waiting to see amazing dashboards and to consume different APIs and so on. So what are the challenges? I mean, so far it all looks very simple, doesn't it? So what happens is that developers are very often dragged into the complexity of different protocols. So what is it that we can use? Who is the best provider for what I need? And here again, I'm not talking cloud side. I think maybe the decision for the cloud provider comes quite late, but it's about decision about hardware, decision about internet, like do you use Ethernet or do you use Wi-Fi or do you have to use cellular networks, right? Like imagine you have a device located into an elevator that is connected to the elevator controller, and then the elevator goes underground to the parking lot. How do you make sure that while the device is actually traveling inside the building where the isolation is actually really good, how do you make sure that that device is still connected and still has signal to actually send data and so on? And how do you, as an application, not you as a person, but how does your application actually manage to reconnect when it loses connectivity? I mean, here you need a pretty brutal approach, and I will talk about that a little later. But figuring all this stuff out is complex because you're dealing with an ecosystem. And also what's challenging as well is how do you move past prototypes? So let's say you build something that works on one device. How do you make sure that what you've built can actually scale to millions? Because this is the thing with IoT. You start small, but you scale up fast. Right, so let's say that you're working for a company prototyping some IoT solution, and then what you want, your prototype is ready in a month, and then you show your prototype to your team, and they're like, yeah, we want to scale this up. I mean, probably it's going to take you how long? 2 weeks, 3 weeks to scale it. And this is where you start realizing that there are a lot of challenges that you probably haven't thought about when you're dealing with 10 devices, as an engineer, of course. And there is a shared responsibility model, which is very important. And here, I think if you are familiar with the cloud, in general, there is a lot of talk about shared responsibility when it comes to security, when it comes to operational excellence, when it comes to observability and so on. But in IoT, it's even within your same product line, right? Even within your same company, different teams share different responsibilities. So the worst that I've seen happen in my career, for example, when it comes to the different responsibility model pattern, is when the data engineering team was going to the firmware team saying, hey, your data, you're sending me data that is useless. It's full of null values, it's full of completely ununderstandable integers, and I can't do anything with it. And then the firmware team was like, data is coming out of my device. What do you mean? What is the problem? So there was a bit of finger pointing there. The firmware engineers were defending what they've built. The data analysts were saying, hey, I can't do anything with this data. And then where is the problem? Now, of course, to solve this problem and to solve this kind of finger pointing, you need to build observability. Because if you can put your finger on where something goes wrong, then, of course, you can go to the team and tell them to fix it. So these are just some of the challenges, that you encounter. Now, let's see resilience, right? So let's see how you can actually prevent these issues by building resilience. So this is a very simple example of an architecture using AWS services. So you've got your device here with different kind of business logic pieces and, of course, an MQTT client. You need an MQTT client so that you can send your data into to send your data so your subscribers can actually, listen to it and parse it. So what can go wrong with this architecture? So you've got your client connecting to AWS, pushing data using MQTT publish, and the data arrives on a topic. Then you've got an IoT rule. This rule is basically just directing the data to the right location, right? So it does something like select me. It's kind of similar to select statements that you would use with a database, right? So select me all the events that are door openings in a lift, right? So how many times the lift opens the doors? Give me all those events and send them to, for example, Amazon OpenSearch, or send them to TimeStream, or send them to an RDS, database, send them anywhere. Right, so here I'm using Elasticsearch as an example. And also, send this data raw to S3 so that later on the data analysts can have the raw data so they can do their analysis. So this all seems like an example of an architecture that you could build. So now the question is, do you think that this here is resilient? So I'm only talking about it because it probably isn't resilient. So let's see what can go wrong. Right, so the device here loses connectivity. Now, when the MQTT connection is no longer present, clearly there is no data coming in. And also, if your devices are out there in the field, you can't connect to them, right? So if there is no connectivity, you can't connect to your device unless you put in place a mechanism that you can still somehow SSH into the device or connect to the device through different mechanisms, right? So no data means no data on the IoT topic, and it means literally that if you don't fix your connectivity problem, then you are no longer getting data. If you fix it, what happens to the data that was received by your device? Imagine here that it is the example with the elevator, a device connected to the lift controller, people going up and down, so many events in a really busy hotel, so many events that you've missed, even with like 10 minutes of lack of connectivity, or because the lift went to the garage and suddenly your cellular network was not covering the garage area, right? So with this kind of architecture here, when connectivity is lost, unless your MQTT client is resilient and can reestablish that connection, then it's all literally gone. No messages means no data, so there nothing comes. And then no data means nothing gets stored into your database. And what you can also have here, in addition to nothing arriving, you can also have, imagine 10 million events all arriving at the same time. So yes, you hear all the time that the cloud scales. And theoretically, the cloud does scale, but you need to make sure that you can model your load. Because at times, you might need to open tickets to ensure that your system can support enough load for you to be able to process 10 million events. And also you can see clearly here that there is no fan out, right? So normally when you're dealing with large scale, you would need a service in between that would fan out all your data in a decoupled manner to make sure that there is some resilience built in. And the same happens to S3, right? For example, you forget to put the permissions of your S3 bucket. Right, so you normally have to give permissions to your application to write to the S3 bucket. And if this doesn't happen, then you can't write. What happens to this architecture if the writing into the bucket fails? The data is not there. You need to go to the logs, post-event, and figure out what happened and why you have no data. And what about data completeness and data consistency? There is no component in that application at the moment that says, hey, if some data goes missing, me as an application knows that that data went missing. Right? So there is nothing saying, hey, the data is not there, but I'm aware that it's not there. So the observability is also missing. All right, so let's see. We fix the reliability issues by building resilience. Now, the first step, we're going to go relatively low level, and we're going to start with the MQTT connection. Now, the interesting thing here is that you can see in my diagram there are two sides of the story. So you always need to understand what your protocol can do. Even if your protocol the protocol you're using is lower level than you would imagine, sometimes there are resilience features that are built in. And we as engineers, sometimes we are not even aware that those resilience features are actually available and that they are at our disposal. You should not be building in your application what your protocol already provides, because if you leverage what your protocol already provides, it makes things easier for you. So MQTT has, one thing I forgot to mention about MQTT is that it is designed to function reliably, or as reliably as possible, in unreliable networks. So it really uses all the benefits of TCP over IP, and it also builds on top of that some more resilience mechanisms, right? So what does MQTT as a protocol give us for the connection? You've got, for example, a keep alive heartbeat, right? So this is between the subscribers and the broker. It's like a ping, basically. You configure a timeout, and in between, like after the timeout is over, and actually, in fact, it's after 1.5 times that particular timeout value, there will be a ping from the server to the client. And if the client and the server don't respond to those pings with acknowledgements, then this means that they have lost the connection. So it means that most likely the client is offline, or most likely the broker is offline. I mean, of course, 1.5 times a timeout can be not real-time enough, but it might be just good enough in addition to your retry mechanisms to actually point that there is a problem. Of course, you need to couple it with some data storing for offline behavior, but that's something I'm going to get to a little later. You've also got the client takeover mechanism. This just means that every client connects with an ID. If you make sure that you give your client a unique ID and you reuse that ID on every connection, so if you use connectivity, use the same ID to reconnect. And then what the broker is going to do is going to be smart enough to disconnect the previous connection. So allowing you to reconnect on the latest, most accurate connection. So if the broker somehow didn't know before that the client was disconnected, it will find out when the client connects again. So that's also quite interesting. Last will testament is about what your devices want to know, want the subscribers to actually know about them when they go offline. So also a very interesting session. Now, I would say one of the least used but most important features, if you care about your data, is persistent sessions. So this is caching behavior that is already enabled in your MQTT client. So you open a session, you make it consistent, you make it persistent as well. So when you disconnect temporarily, it's not going to be a total disconnect. It's going to be an interrupt that you can later on resume when you are ready again. Now, of course, this is protocol level. In your application, you need to build a little bit more, right? So when you're using libraries, generally, it's ideal that you understand what they do. With MQTT, it becomes even more important, right? So you use an MQTT client library, you need to make sure that you understand what features of the MQTT protocol itself are supported. I mean, as an example, persistent sessions was not supported by AWS until about, I think, a year and a half ago or so, right? So you couldn't use persistent sessions. It's important if you can't use persistent sessions to actually know about it so you can build similar behavior yourself in your application. So know what your client is doing. Then manage the lifecycle of your MQTT connection. Now, you will see that the client library sometimes is very opinionated about how it handles the MQTT connection. If you have a look at the MQTT.js library, you will see that it's not so easy with this library to manage the lifecycle of your MQTT connection. So here it's about the normal things that we as developers do, right? So first you create your client, then you create your connection, then you configure your connection, and then you connect your connection. I mean, it sounds reasonable, but with some libraries, it's actually not so easy to do. So you need to bear this in mind, because if your connection is dropped, you don't want to recreate everything. You just want to reconnect the existing connection. If you can't reconnect the existing connection, then you'd better disconnect it gracefully So all the components that care if you are connected or not would know about it, right? So graceful disconnects are easier to implement if you are managing the lifecycle of your connection. And the same actually goes with tracking the connection state. And this is just about architecting your application well, right? So the components that are higher in the stack don't need to worry about managing the MQTT connection, right? Because it's just too low level. And of course, make sure you recover from errors. For example, you have a server-side error that is happening on 1% of your fleet. What you want is that 1% of your fleet retries to connect, right? You don't want that the connection dies with the first failed connection attempt, right? So you need to make sure that the retries are implemented with nice and normal and sensible backup strategies. Yeah, and actually one thing that I don't want to forget about is designing your devices to have an accurate time. So devices don't usually know what the time is until you make sure that you tell them, right, what the time is. So some of these small microprocessors might have real-time clocks, but some of them might not. Using NTP is very important so that your device has an NTP client which can find out what the time is. If the device does not know what the time is, it cannot validate server certificates. And this is pretty bad for the mutual TLS authentication that it actually needs to do with the broker. Right, so the second step is about message delivery. Here it's about data being consistently sent and consistently delivered. Send your data with a quality of service of 1, generally, if you care for acknowledgements that the data was received. If you send with a fire and forget, which MQTT also supports, so you can send quality of service 1 or quality of service 0 or even 2 to make sure the message is received only once. If you're actually sending with a fire and forget, you're not getting an acknowledgement, so you're never going to know if the site that subscribed actually received the data or if the broker received the data or not. If you care about data consistency and data integrity, you need to ensure you're sending with QoS 1. In the same way, use persistent sessions because they're also very important. By the way, all these things that I'm mentioning on the left-hand side, you're going to find if you read the MQTT 3.1.1 or MQTT 5 specification. So you can find them. This is just a summary. But in the same way, you need to build a bit more in your application as well, right? So you need to make sure that you do message buffering. Now, there are some client libraries that buffer messages for you, which is very nice, right? I mean, there is a buffer, but that buffer does not survive when your application crashes. So it's a temporary buffer. It enables persistent sessions so that if you have intermittent connectivity loss, like 1 minute, that data can be buffered by your application, and it's all good. If you're buffering 50 days of data in your in-memory cache of your application, that's not going to work, most likely. I mean, it depends what device you have and how much processing power and so on you have and what your implementation is like. But if your device reboots, then that data is definitely lost. So a nice thing here would be some offline data storage strategy. So put an embedded database on your device or put a more powerful, for example, MySQLite or whatever database on your device. Store those messages if you care about them. I mean, it's not like someone is going to go with a USB stick and copy data from your device, but your device might recover, in which case it should be able to send data later on, right? Application runtime, also sometimes forgotten. Imagine you have a Node.js application. You run your Node.js application. Ideally, you would have a runtime management tool like Docker, to make sure that your application restarts every single time it actually doesn't run anymore, to make sure that your application signals nicely, your MQTT connection when, for example, the operating system says, hey, I'm going to shut you down. Then you need to make sure that you nicely handle the MQTT connection and that you send disconnects and so on and so forth. I mean, there is PM2 for JavaScript as well, for JavaScript applications. You can also use Docker. I mean, Docker is actually quite famous and quite popular in this space as well. So yeah, graceful exits and the runtime management, also very important. Data contracts. If you're working with data, make sure that you always define your data with a schema, right? So tell those data engineers what they're going to get, right? Are they going to get integers? Are they going to get strings? Are they going to get arrays? Are they going to get null values? What is the SLA, right? So the SLAs generally are determined by the use case you're building. If your application is doing, let's say, alerting in real time, it doesn't make any sense for the data to arrive 24 hours later, right? So just discard all the messages, all the data you don't need, and you also can save costs on message transmission if you do it like this. So do some thinking around what your reporting interval is compared to the sampling, right? For example, a sensor can get data every, I don't know, 1 millisecond. Do you really want to send data every 1 millisecond? Does your application need 1 millisecond latency? Or can you actually leave with sending data only when the data changes, right? So if you have a temperature of, I don't know, 27 degrees in a room, do you really want to send 27 degrees every 1 millisecond? Probably not, right? So this is all part of defining your SLAs and making sure that every team who cares about your data and consumes your data is aware about those SLAs. Like that, you're going to avoid the finger pointing later, and you're going to make sure that ownership is relatively clear. The same goes with data integrity. Put timestamps in those messages that you're sending from your IoT devices. Sometimes it doesn't matter that the data arrives in the cloud a week after. It only matters when the device reported it, right? If you're using correct timestamps, then services like OpenSearch, you're going to be able to ingest the data at the right location in the index based on the timestamp. So you do have the chance to still build eventual consistency in your application if you're using correct timestamps. And this ingestion is actually not difficult programmatically, right? It can be achieved quite easily. Ideally, you wouldn't use the same communication channel to do your data integrity checks as you're using for your firmware updates in your IoT application or as you're using for the normal messaging. Ideally, you would have a different channel, if this is possible. If it's not possible, then you can still use and leverage the same channel and maybe do it when your device is less busy and so on. Points of failure. I mean, we looked at the architecture before, and we're going to talk about that again. But every single time you're building something, ask yourself, what happens if this fails, right? What happens if ingestion into S3 fails? What happens if the device connectivity fails suddenly? What happens if there are errors ingesting the data in Amazon OpenSearch, right? So you need to make sure that those points of failure are backed up basically by mitigation strategies, right? So build those fallbacks in your application, and then everything should be okay. And when you're retrying, do a backup strategy. I mean, sometimes I worked with embedded engineers who were really, really great at what they were doing, but I was trying to explain to them why it is important for them not to build their application without any kind of backup on reconnects. So if you're saying when the MQTT connection is dropped, reconnect immediately, then that's great for one device. But if all the devices in your fleet go offline at the same time, and they all come online at the exact same time, it's going to cause a crazy load on the cloud side of your application, which the cloud engineers might have not accounted for when they modeled the load. So if you put a little bit of a backoff, and some jitter in there, it's actually going to come in handy. And observability is one of almost the last steps in our maturity model. So this is about, I mean, it's a big word, right? But actually developers just care about logging, tracing, monitoring, or should care. Very often this stuff is really non-functional. So if your product owner cares about functional pieces, you as an engineer need to care also that you're putting a logging framework in place, that you're putting monitoring and tracing into your application, and that you're reporting the right metrics so that later on the operations team is able to understand what's going on. And you should also be able to measure the performance of your application if you put tracing in place, right? You want to know how fast your data actually arrives to be displayed on the dashboard. Sometimes the stuff is important. In terms of scale, my personal opinion is to always go with the highest level of abstraction that you can possibly use, right? If you can use a cloud service that can do the job for you so you don't have to rebuild the entire cloud service that has already been built and tested and iterated upon by others whose job is actually to build that service, then ideally you would use that. The same goes with frameworks, right? If you find the framework out there that does the job for you, instead of you rebuilding that framework, might as well just use it, because then you're just going to reuse something that someone actually did some thinking about, and you're going to be able to focus on your core competencies in your application. Do model. So if you have more than, let's say, 100 devices, model for the load that you have, right? And model for those worst-case scenarios, right, like I mentioned earlier, all your devices coming off online at the same time. Think about what happens on the cloud side. What service limits do you need to increase if all your fleet comes online at the same time? Like what happens? Model based on use cases. I mean, the AWS cost calculator can help a little bit, but I would say it doesn't help much because it's not use case based. So there you can just say, I have 1 million requests, how much do they cost? But here it's more about what service limits do I need to increase for the use case of firmware upgrades when devices need to reboot, or for the use case of data ingestion. So do some modeling. I mean, you can do this in Excel or whatever other tool you have available. Do some thinking about it. Put in place error handling, observability, fan-out mechanisms, and so on. And make sure that your application, once something went wrong, you can identify in your application what has gone wrong and why. So if something is wrong and you can't tell why, then it's a problem, right? So observability just helps you being able to actually tell what went wrong. Right, so end-to-end, you remember this architecture we talked about, 4 different points of failure, 4 different bad things. Let's make this a little better, right? So we said we're going to build resilience at edge so that this connection is brute forced into being up and running when it actually is not up and running anymore. Here, we propose some fan-out mechanism, right? So we can fan out nicely using streams. And here, I mean, it's an example with Amazon Kinesis data streams. But if you're using any other service, the important thing here is fan out when you have a lot of data coming in, and a lot of data coming in very fast. Put some fan out in place, right? When you're writing in batches to your database, you have a larger possibility, especially given the fan out that you have here, you have a larger possibility of success, right? The other thing is that Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose can batch write with just configuration changes to Amazon OpenSearch, right? But if you don't have this functionality and this native integration here, you still can write it yourself, and you can make sure that it actually works, right? Put an error action in place on your rule engine, right? So this is part of this resilience. Actually, a lot of projects I worked on, like very early on, somewhere 2015, there was no error action on the rules engine. So what was happening is that if something went wrong, that data was simply ending up in a log file somewhere, if at all, if a log group was actually configured. So make sure you have the error action so that you can still keep that data and have it available if something goes wrong. Right. And then, of course, you have number 4, what about observability and so on. I mean, there are some services available that are listed here, so you can leverage CloudWatch. I particularly like CloudWatch Insights because it gives you granular overview and the ability to put more logs together and extract some more insights. A service that I actually see that I have not put on the slides, but is very important, is Device Advisor. So recently, AWS released this service called AWS IoT Device Advisor. It's an integration testing service. So the way it works is that instead of connecting to the broker, you give it the endpoint of your test broker, right? So you can test before you go to production with your devices against an endpoint that is going to interact with your device and make sure that the test cases like exponential backoff on your MQTT connection, acknowledgements on publish, acknowledgements on subscribe, and so on are actually executed and that they pass. Right, so this is actually very valuable when you're trying to achieve resilience. You can use Device Defender for security purposes. You can use Device Defender for metrics and so on. It's also important. And of course, X-Ray is a service that's very popular in the serverless world, especially, of course, for AWS users. But it can be very useful in IoT as well. So that's why it's here on the slide. Right. So let's see. This is kind of the road to a maturity model, right? So you start on one device, you're spiking, you're doing a proof of concept. Then you're hoping that it works, right? So of course, you can put in place what comes naturally from your MQTT protocol, or let's say you're using HTTP. There are also some resilience in HTTP, some resilience features in HTTP as well. Make sure you put those in place, and then you're hoping that it works. As you grow to more devices, you need to know that it works. And there, you need to be deliberate about the data that you're ingesting, deliberate about consistency, deliberate about, acknowledgements, and deliberate about storage, and deliberate about observability and building it in. And then you need to mitigate if something doesn't work, right? So there you need to go with a lens over the part of your pipeline that doesn't work and try to fix it. And being ready for large scale should come naturally or should come easier if you have thought about all these things. One thing I do want to mention, I mean, here it might give you the impression that this is all coming after, one thing comes after the other, but you can think about an MVP level of each of them as you're building, right? So don't wait until your product owner says, now we're going to scale, or your technical delivery manager says we're going to scale, to start building things that help you hope it works, right? Or things that help you to know that it works. Put them in early, especially if they're lower hanging fruit, so that later on, instead of needing, I don't know, half a year to scale your application, you can actually do it maybe in like 2 months or something. Of course, dependent on your use case. So what are the key takeaways? I think that actually building reliability in your application is the only way that you have the certainty that you've made your application resilient. Right, so it's really quite important. IoT is a little different than other areas like distributed, serverless, and so on. Of course, you've got your challenges there as well. But here you have devices out there in the field with consumers. And I mean, I am not happy when my router at home is not working, right? I'm not happy when in the middle of a Zoom call, my router is rebooting. At the end of the day, because I work in the industry, I know that probably someone somewhere considered that firmware upgrade really important, right? And that's why my router was probably rebooting. So I can read between the lines. But that's the important thing. External factors are affecting IoT devices a lot more than in other fields, right? So you need to bear that in mind, and you need to make sure that edge resilience is put in place as well. So here are some resources that I would actually recommend that you have a look at. So there's a getting started with AWS IoT. So here you can get started with different services at a really, I would say, developer-focused, but relatively easy proof of concept level. Now, this is one of the repositories that I worked on recently, and this is about building an MQTT application that runs on ARM virtual hardware. So ARM recently released virtual hardware, which is kind of a temporary replacement when your devices don't arrive on time. So when you don't have the hardware, but you still want to develop your applications, they put in place ARM virtual hardware that simulates the device itself, the hardware, but also the peripherals. So this is a repository for one of the ARM virtual hardware simulators. We also have, this is our repository, as in the AWS Ecosystem Services team, my team, where we put the code, right? So here you will see a lot of different code samples. It's called AWS IoT Builder Tools. If you scan this QR code that is on the chairs, you are going to have a link to that as well, and you're going to have a link to our Dev2 blogs and so on. And that's just for you to understand IoT better. If you have any questions at any point of time, do either drop me a message on LinkedIn or Twitter, or also put comments on the blog post and so on. If you would like some kind of content that doesn't appear to be there, then also reach out to me. Right, and here is again the same QR code that points you probably to the Dev2 blogs, if you want to have a look there. We also have a YouTube channel, by the way, where we have little builder-focused episodes, you know, like how to connect your device to AWS IoT using MQTT or using WebSockets, how to secure tunnel, you know, into your device from the cloud, or how to secure tunnel using a local proxy, and so on. So, I mean, this is just all content that you can use. I put here MQTT.js. I mean, MQTT.js is an open source JavaScript library that provides you an MQTT client. It's very, very popular. It's currently I would say a little lost because they need to find maintainers that bring it to the next step. It still works. It's a little interesting to use. I mean, I will leave that up to you to experience it and have a look at it. I've also put some of the AWS software, for example, the IoT device client. You can also use that. It's also available on GitHub. And of course, if you can afford a higher level framework and you want to try around Greengrass, you can also try Greengrass and have a look at that as well. Right, and this has been my presentation. I am really sorry if I actually took longer than the half an hour that was dedicated, but I hope you enjoyed it. And let me know if you have any questions. Thank you very much. Yeah, so are there any questions from anyone?
So my question is, you mentioned you're dealing with a lot of devices, and some you're going to start out with. With time, you'll get newer devices. You mentioned the importance of data contracts and integrity. How do you deal with legacy clients and eventually phasing out legacy clients and backwards compatibility, basically?
Yeah. So I think here, of course, in IoT, you have hardware retirement. You also have to deal with software retirement and legacy software. Two different problems that need to be managed differently. At one point, I think that what I've seen a lot of our customers do with the hardware is offer their customers new hardware and say, hey, we're going to retire this particular legacy. I mean, I know that, for example, the Amazon Fire TV team is doing something similar with their devices. So at one point, they say it's going to be gradual, but we're going to stop supporting this particular generation. Now, the theory is try to support, try to create a single platform supporting as many different type of devices as you can. But at one point, if you want to move forward, you need to start thinking about deprecating, right? In terms of already needing to integrate with deprecated protocols or really old protocols, like for example, there is SNMP, which is really, really old in the telco space. Now you have newer protocols, right? So this migration can take years for telcos to actually do from one old generation protocol to a new protocol. But they are doing, and here I think you need to do an assessment of the way forward. Do you allow those old generation of devices to slow you down in the new platform, or do you simply leave them on the old platform, put together something new, and work in that new world, right? So I would say it depends on the use case that you have and on the teams that you have and the mentality of your company as well. That's what I think.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Well, I will be around here as well, so if there are no more questions for now, you can also reach out to me after, yeah? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Aina, for this very interesting and very in-depth presentation. Everyone will take a short break, about, let's say, 5-6 minutes before we get our next presentation from actually a fellow debater that represents the company EY, and we'll talk about how to be versatile in a tech role. So in about 5 minutes, please try to be back to your seats. You can get some time off for water, coffee, and anything else you need before we start the next one. Enjoy. Just about to start the next presentation. So you can have people get around if you're in the room, if you're in the back, and potentially maybe you can hear me. Also open the door and head on here. If you have friends that are outside that you know of, prompt them to come back in. So earlier when I asked what was the most enticing, thought-provoking, useful thing in the presentations to come, in the presentations that had passed, Andrew, I think, who is, I'm not sure if is in the room right now. Sorry? He was here just now. Maybe he'll be back. Told us that, you know, the idea that he can get a certification was something useful to him as a student or as an employee or someone that's working in the field is the most relevant thing. And I think that the presentation that will come before us about how to be versatile in a tech role is exactly about that. It's about you, it's about the people, and how the people can, the people that work in a tech role, how can they better their work lives and therefore better their lives. So for our next presentation, I'd like to invite Victor Negrescu, who I mentioned is actually a fellow debater. We've re-met here randomly, but we've known each other for many years because we've both done competitive debate, and now he's representing EY, and he's going to tell you about how to be versatile in this tech role. I'm really curious, so Victor, come up here and give us some knowledge.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear me? This is a bit foreign to me. It's my first time using this kind of thing. So, my name is Victor. It's very nice to be here. Very nice to see you all. When I first got prompted to prepare something for this fair and have a topic that is of interest for everybody here, it was honestly kind of tricky because, you know, we have people ranging from high school students all the way up to experienced professionals, you know. So trying to find out and craft a presentation that is relevant for everybody, regardless of the stage of their career or their career path, current career path, was a bit tricky. However, if there's something that we will all interact with in going forward the next few decades, it's definitely technology. And it's definitely technology we're not currently aware of, you know, new technology, right? So fundamentally, we tried to zero in on what the most important attribute for a person working in the broad field of consulting in the digital world would be. This is relevant for people that don't work in consulting as well, because they will probably interact with people that work in consulting. They will hire consultants, or they will work with consultants as subject matter experts from their respective companies, right? So we felt that this is probably the most important thing in terms of knowledge that we have, or we estimate we have, to share with all of you guys. So, in terms of what I will talk about today, firstly, I'm going to talk a little bit about what is digital consultancy, because as the field I activate in, and you know, it's ultimately sort of a field of the future. We cannot properly expect to have an economy and a business world that is not heavily impacted by digital advancements, whatever they may be. So the role of a consultant is going to be very, very important. It still is very important, but it's going to get more and more important going forward based on our current estimations of what the technology market will look like in the next few decades. You see me using the word decades. I will try to give a sort of medium to maybe even long-term perspective to this conversation, because I really want to hear from you guys about what your concerns are with regards to the way technology will evolve and how that interacts with how businesses operate. That's basically what I'm trying to do here. Trying to explain the role of the digital consultant, specifically of the business analyst, which is like the broadest definition we can give to a consultant, in this digital world. We're going to look at a few things in terms of how it will evolve, and we're going to zero in on this concept that we identified as being probably the most valuable for the modern consultant: versatility. Kind of a funny word, but versatility is very, very important right now, and it's only going to get more important as we go forward. Obviously, we're going to have a Q&A section, which is probably the most important bit of this presentation. And then
I don't know how much time we'll have left for questions and answers, but hopefully it's going to be enough. I will try to speed a little bit through it. Sherban already told you what I wanted to tell you about myself, like the relevant bit maybe for this conversation, that I am a senior business analyst. I've been doing this for 5-6 years now. But most importantly, arguably, I was and still am involved in the debating community in Romania. And this is something that is relevant for my job and for people that do my job, because communication is always going to be something that consultants will have to be good at. No matter how smart ChatGPT gets, so to speak, if I'm allowed this metaphor, the communication side of things, the ability to extract information from people, map it out, and present it in such a way that you achieve your business goals, that is, at the very least, many decades away from being automated or even in the realm of possibility for being an automated job, right? Because many jobs are at risk, so to speak, partially, segments of them, to modern automation, postmodern, if you will, if we're talking about AI and such. However, a little bit about EY, which I assume many of you already know. Relevant for our conversation today is that we do a lot of digital consulting, obviously, and the need that the market has for the services we provide is not only big today, it's only going to get bigger as technologies become more complex and the distance between, let's say, common sense for non-technical people and what technology can do for your business grows. You know, think about the 90s. It was easy to explain an ERP, like an accounting software, to somebody that did accounting. It was just what they did with pen and paper, but in a digital version. Think of the 2010s. It was maybe easy, but still significantly more difficult to explain what a robot can do to either like a factory industrial robot, or on the other hand, a office digital robot can do to a business owner, because still it tries to emulate what a human does. So the distance is bigger, but not as big. AI is often a black box. You know, it's an algorithm that is viewed by people both from an algorithmic perspective, but most importantly from an understanding perspective, as a black box. They don't really know what's happening. Did you see the results and work with them, right? There has to be, in any economy, a group of people that can understand both what the business people of the world expect, understand what concepts they can work with, and on the other hand, understand the technical specifics of all the new technologies that pop up in the market, constantly being aware of what's new and what can that thing do for a business. You know, and this is where versatility essentially comes in. And companies like UI will need to provide an environment where this sort of versatility is expanded and always nurtured, cared for. Because you can never go behind the technological trends of the day. Because obviously technology is oftentimes the competitive advantage for businesses. They use technology to be better than their competitors. And this is what we're facilitating, right? We're facilitating the implementation of these technologies. What we usually do is not related to the cutting edge. You know, the news you see about tech, this new AI that can do this crazy thing, that is rarely the topic of conversation in run-of-the-mill consultancy projects. Usually, the volumes come with technologies that have already reached some sort of maturity, right? So the topics of conversation I'll be opening later about the way the business world will evolve and that people obviously need to be prepared for that evolution, they are still some ways away from being the actual topic of consultancy projects en masse, right? For a few years going forward, RPA, OCR technology, these will still be the main tools that we will need to use in order to provide the best solutions for our clients. But going forward, these technologies will change, and they will change constantly. So we need to be prepared for that. We need to be versatile. What is digital consultancy more broadly? If this would work, awesome. This is what digital consultancy is today. These are like the four main classes of technologies and tools for business improvement that we use currently, right? We are able to create digital workers, readers, talkers, and thinkers on a constant basis. Almost any project that a company like EY or similar engages in will involve the usage of one of these technologies, whether it's RPA for a digital worker, right? An office robot that does repetitive tasks that humans usually do, but they're boring and repetitive, so you can find an algorithm to do it for you. Whether it's about digital readers, instead of having a human checking IDs and typing in the personal numeric code or the name and the address in the system, we have tech that can do that automatically these days, right? And so on. Chatbots, again, maybe you've seen chatbots popping up more and more in your daily interactions with business. Oftentimes customer support, maybe for food ordering apps, the first interactions are filtered by a chatbot. These things are becoming the market norm, right? And these things were cutting-edge technologies 5 years ago, right? So this is where versatility basically comes in. You need to not be stuck in your ways as a digital consultant, because businesses cannot be stuck in their ways. If maybe until the early 2000s, businesses could have operated with processes and cultures that were, 150 years old, this is no longer feasible in the modern economy. And it's going to get less and less feasible the more we go into the future, right? Because technologies will become more and more disruptive. So you, as a professional, need to be aware of all these things. Why is this relevant? Well, many of us either will employ the role and the skills of a business analyst in our lives, or will become one, or are one in my case, but nevertheless, it's a role that you will find yourself interacting with. Even if you're a business owner, if you're just an employee, or if you actually work in consultancy, the nature of the business analyst is something that you will have to reckon with. So ultimately, just to have a brief explanation of what that is, the business analyst is the person in a project that is responsible with creating the specs for whatever we're trying to implement, right? Whether that is a technical or non-technical project, it doesn't matter. They still have a business analyst. However, why do we have developers and solution architects up on the slide if I'm trying to be very general here? Because very, very few projects going forward for anything in consultancy will have the ability to exist without IT improvements, at the very least improvements, if not outright dramatic changes, right? This diagram will be almost inescapable in terms of either if you're participating as an employee, as a consultant, as a business owner, you will have to interact with these things, right? Because technology will get more and more complex. That much is certain and not contentious. So the distance between the knowledge a business owner, for example, has and the knowledge they would require to truly understand how to implement a new technology is ever growing, And because of this, people like me, business analysts, that are able to both understand the business owner and the technology will become more and more critical. And to be frank, it's kind of a nice job. It has a lot of upsides. It has a strong communication component because there's always human engagement. There's also a strong technological component. You need to understand how to work with the technologies you're trying to propose. But ultimately, the skills you need for it are quite diverse, but at the same time, very easy to learn apart from a very few select skills, basically people skills. That's harder to learn from books, honestly, and it's better to learn on the job, but ultimately being organized, having good communication skills, facilitation skills, all these things can be learned methodologically, if you will. There's been 30-something years, 40 years at this point, of people writing about business analysis and defining this concept in a very structured and methodological way, so that a person, if whatever, in their 20s or in their 40s, it doesn't matter, tries to become a business analyst, the actual essential skills you need are right there to be understood, and to get certified for them is not that difficult. However, if not everything is pink. So there's obviously things that you learn by virtue of experience more rather than learning it from books. But it's very important for all of us here to understand what this role entails, because we will interact with it. Whether you do this job or not, it doesn't matter. You really need to understand what a business analyst should be capable of doing, because you will employ their services sooner or later. It doesn't matter. All that jibber jabber about business analysts and digital consulting, why did I even bother? Well, because there are a few things that we can estimate with a reasonable degree of confidence will happen, will change in terms of how the business world works today versus how it's going to work in 5, 10, 15 years' time. So, first and foremost, there's going to be a very much growing focus on processes that involve both human and machine interactions, right? Assistance, AI assistance, for example, is going to be a thing of the future. It's not yet happening. Siri is still too dumb to be your functional assistant in the workplace, but we're not so many years away from that, right? So fundamentally, we will have to rethink the way we look at processes overall. The separation between machine and human is getting weaker, or, so to speak, it's getting harder to do. The complete segregation of tasks performed by humans versus tasks performed by machines, right? Processes, as a consequence of that, will become more complex, at least from a technological standpoint, right? It's not going to be as easy and straightforward to document and explain and redesign, an invoicing process, because instead of having to design a process that involves a human getting the invoice, looking at it, typing the data in the system, which is straightforward, it's going to be a multitude of informational systems that do that for you, right? That need to be harmonized, that need to be constructed in a wise way from the get-go so that they account for various exceptions, be them business exceptions or technical exceptions, it doesn't matter. All these things, they obviously happen today, it's just about they will happen more in the future. And therefore, the person doing my job needs to be versatile, needs to be able to adapt to these changes constantly. Because of this increased technological diversity I'm telling you about. I mean, you saw a list of 4 main classes of technology we're using today. It's not like those will go away. People working in this field will have to just add on top of what they already do and they already know more things, right? So a very, very important concept because of this is being aware that your knowledge is never sufficient. And that's a kind of a sad thing to say, honestly, that you're never at the peak of your abilities in this field, because there is no peak to be had. There's always more to learn, and there's always more to be prepared for, not necessarily to know as if you're Google. You just need to be prepared to understand things when you will need them because of a project, because of a circumstance, right? And all these things lead me to this notion of versatility, basically. You need to be able to accept the fact that you will not know all the things that you need to know to do your job. And that's a scary thing for a lot of people. Understanding the notion that in 10 years' time, the skills they accumulated might be borderline useless, or at least some of them, is a bit terrifying. But if we look at the issue, if we look at that straight in the eyes and say, okay, I accept this notion, I will have to be prepared to change my knowledge base going forward because the business world is changing around me, then it's a lot more comfortable, honestly. It's kind of a relief to accept the notion that you will never know enough because you're not running towards a specific goal. You just accumulate more basic information about a lot of things that you develop into expert information when the project requires it. That is the life of the business analyst going forward. It's not necessarily the life of the business analyst until now or until this decade, but going forward, it's very much what's going to happen. Digital societies, I left it last for a reason. Technology is everywhere in the business world, but a notable, especially for us Romanians, a notable, let's say, backwater, technologically speaking, is oftentimes the state and its institutions and regulations and whatnot. That cannot happen forever. We can know, there's no way that in 2040 we will still have to deal with only physical documentation when interacting, for example, with Romanian authorities. tax authorities, most notably, right? Digitalization is coming, whether they like it or not. And so, even though lagging behind, sure, societies in terms of the regulations and laws and rules will become ever more digital, which implies that states will need to become more digital. And that's a gigantic amount of workload for people like me to, I don't know, even the thought of the digitalization of our tax office in Romania gives the shivers to any consultant in this country. But it's going to happen at some point, and we have to be ready for it. And the only way we can be truly ready for it is accept that we won't be technically ready for it, right? Technologies will always change. So being versatile is everything in this field. I was pretty vague when it came to technology, right? I said technology will change. Okay, it's going to change. How it's going to change? That's a completely different discussion. As I am not a trained statistical predictor and I'm not a wizard, I cannot 100% guarantee the contents of the next slide, which is what, in our estimation, are the three of the most important aspects to look out for going forward when it comes to consultancy. And the concept of an AI assistant, which I mentioned already, is already fledgling. It's already happening, sort of. Like you can ask ChatGPT to do stuff for you, and it's going to do it pretty fine, you know. But that's not what I'm talking about. It's not about ChatGPT stealing our jobs. It's about specifically designed artificial intelligence designed to aid a very specific role, right? When we get computing power, developers who can do this at a market level that is accessible for more companies, then this kind of technology, an AI assistant, I don't know, give it anywhere between 5 and 20 years, I don't know, but it's going to happen in our lifetimes, definitely. This is going to be a new reality for a lot of businesses. And there has to be somebody out there who understands this technology, understands the concerns of the business world, and dynamically put the two together and create business cases for these things. We need to create plans for implementing these things, and we need to do it ahead of time, honestly, so that we're, ahead of the market curve, ideally. But generally speaking, working in digital consultancy, especially as a business analyst, will imply being prepared for these things. Whether that is taking a course right now or doing a whole semester of college 10 years in the future, who knows? But ultimately, these are things we have to watch out for. Dynamic data-driven regulators. I've already told you a little bit about our tax office getting digitized. However, regulations that are dynamic and reporting that is dynamic, right, is something that is kind of impossible in our heads right now. What do you mean laws changing dynamically? That doesn't make any sense. However, reporting, for example, tax reporting, that is dynamic, real time, right? You report to the tax authorities real time. Again, sounds insane, pretty much. We know what we're dealing with today. But in 20 years' time, does that sound completely insane? Reporting a sale in the very second that it happens? It isn't. Not necessarily, actually. We don't know if this will happen. It's just something that, if it happens, it involves such a large amount of workload to change the way our businesses operate. Every single business in this country will have to change something if stuff like this happens. Then, in that case, we really need to be prepared for it. Autonomous workers, kind of the same story with AI assistants. When I'm talking about autonomous workers, I'm referring to a complex systems of both simple and more complex automation that take over the job that humans do completely. This is not the automation we do currently. In the year of our Lord 2023, we don't do automation that kills jobs. We do automation that improve jobs. They improve the quality of a job. They eliminate data entry and leave the human judgment components to be done by the same human that was doing the data entry before. In the future, however, when our abilities will be significantly expanded in terms of access to this sort of technology, then obviously those roles might disappear. They might be actually replaced completely by a combination of simple and complex automation. That is something that will happen on select industries. The size of this change remains to be seen. We're not sure what the economical feasibility of a technology like AI currently is for each and every industrial sector or business sector. They will vary, obviously, between the degree to which you can automate an industrial complex versus the degree to which you can automate a recruitment firm will obviously be different. However, they will both still happen. So, versatility. The name of this slide, the jack of all trades. I think that's mostly the most important takeaway I want you to leave here with. That if you want to work going forward in a domain such as consultancy, you really need to be prepared for your career path to not be, I will accumulate information about this one topic until I become an expert in it. Because our current estimation is that while the world will obviously still need experts, you can't have a world without experts, what we're lacking is people in this in this mold, if you will, the jack of all trades. The person that can understand a little bit about literally anything, and given a few minutes to Google, can understand a little bit more about literally anything, so that they have the required abilities to bridge this gap that is growing ever larger between technology and people, usual run-of-the-mill people, right? Because business owners, we cannot expect everybody to stay up to speed with all the various improvements in technology, and we cannot expect developers to become business analysts and explain their own technologies that they're working on to non-technical people. I mean, it will be awesome, but it's just not a realistic expectation. That's why our economy is going to need more and more people like, I would love to say like me, because as Sherban actually pointed out, I did a lot of debating, and that really helped with this, because it increased my exposure to so many things that I had to understand, but at a basic level, which creates this sort of jack of all trades versatility concept, right? I'm not recommending this as the solution for becoming a business analyst. That's the solution. Become a debater. Definitely not. However, it did help. And honestly, for all of you who are considering either becoming a business analyst, or you are a business analyst or a consultant, and this is something that is of interest to you, I think the most valuable advice I've been given, and I'm going to propagate it myself right now, is stay in the loop. Stay in the loop with everything, with as much as possible. Be aware of as much as possible. Because honestly, even if you end up using it or not, having more knowledge about how the world functions is kind of an attractive trait to have, like regardless of what you end up doing. And I'm saying this primarily because the demographic here is very diverse, and this is of value for everybody. It is valuable to have awareness of as many concepts as possible, especially when you work in such a field. Specifically, I've tried to list like 5-6 things that you need to do to be versatile, so to speak. Always up to date with current technological advances. Obviously, especially in digital consulting, that's kind of a given. You really have to do that. You can't get away without it. Understanding the wheres and the whens of digitalization is basically my way of saying, do not fall in the trap of anything can be solved by automation and anything must be solved by automation, right? As time went on, companies understood that some solutions work for some industries well, some work less well. Some technical solutions work better in some scenarios, less so in others. We're kind of past the age of the hype, so to speak. There was a big hype with automating anything possible in the 2010s, basically. But now it's very critical to understand what, where, and when you have to do to be of use for a client, because it's easy to forget, but that is what we're doing here. We are helping businesses, right? This is my role. I am helping a business improve itself in some way, shape, or form, all right? So don't oversell, basically. Don't try to oversell automation. Methodological advances. My job did not exist 40 years ago. did not exist. There was no such thing. Business analyst. What the fuck is a business analyst? Methodological advances are tremendous in this field. There have been so many very valuable books and courses written on how to properly execute this job, right? They're not going to teach you how to communicate properly. They're not going to teach you people skills because, you know, that's kind of a different field, but they are going to give you recipes. The job of a business analyst now, as opposed to some decades ago, is so easy to learn in terms of methodology, the actual what's of what you need to do. The hows, well, the hows are a bit more tricky, but ultimately, we have methodology, and it's backed up by real data and real studies, which means that the barrier to entry in this field has decreased significantly. And that's mostly the important takeaway. Keep up with methodological advances because they help a lot in terms of executing your job. They're not going to do the thinking for you, and obviously they're not going to do the talking for you, but they are going to help you a lot in terms of staying on top of your projects. Fourth, finding the right balance between casual and formal styles. Oftentimes people think of business analysts and consultants more broadly as these stiff people that come into meetings and basically regurgitate what the client is saying and give you back sort of like what you said, but in a different way, and they charge a lot of money for it. That's like the worst possible depiction of a consultant, but I've heard it, you know, we're talking to friends and stuff. But ultimately, it's very, very important to bring up and like constantly remind our clients that we're human, we're just like them, and we're there trying to help them. You know, we're not doing some stiff, formal, non-negotiable task, right? Our job is dynamic by its very nature. And I don't know if that sounds attractive or scary to you. It probably should sound both. It's both attractive and scary, but it's definitely something that keeps you on your toes and does not let you get bored. Like you're not going to get bored as a business analyst because it's always something else, right? I talked about a lot about having a solid understanding of the world, but the most important bit is the second bit, which is have a solid understanding of the project universe. Fancy term. What does it mean? Well, if you're having a banking project, do your reading and make sure you understand how banking works, basically, because the job of a business analyst in terms of methodology says nothing about your ability to understand the things that you hear. Theoretically, I mean, ChatGPT writes user stories. He does it pretty poorly, but he understands the methodology of what we're doing. What is lacking, and what it's going to keep lacking, is the ability to actually have a conceptual, broad understanding of the field in which we're trying to implement a project. Say we're trying to do a banking project, right? We're trying to automate some procedures inside a bank. Conceptually, if you're just trying to stick with the job, which is taking the as-is project, listening to the client, making a diagram, making the new diagram, here's the new diagram, obviously maybe ChatGPT could do that. However, understanding how that business actually works, what the incentives and disincentives of people working within the business and various functional departments are, that basically comes with understanding how banking more broadly works, right? You need to fill in the gaps, usually with client information, but going into being a business analyst, you really need to assume the fact that you'll have to know a lot about a lot of things, and you'll never know more than the client, even if you know a lot about a lot of things. The client obviously knows his business better than you do 95% of the time. So that's basically sort of like a personality trait, a useful personality trait of keeping up with the news and the world, and specifically with the universe of your project. Finally, seek certificates. That sounds obviously very simple. Yeah, seek certificates, that's obviously something you want in a job, in any job. Why are you telling me this? Because we finally live in an age where they have value. They have actual value, because the methodological development for business analysis is very recent. Like the books I studied and read, they're all written in the 2010s. So this being a new field and methodology evolving dynamically, my certificate from 5 years ago might be worth not a damn in another 5 years, you know, because the methodology changes, and because the expectations of customers change, technology changes, all the things change. I won't go through them again, right? So you need to actively be committed towards obtaining these certificates as the market demands change. And that's a bit different from obtaining a certificate in PHP or in Java, right? Because Java is Java. And it's going to be more or less the same thing if we still use that kind of programming language 20 years from now. Business analysis methodology, not necessarily. Maybe we discover that user stories are a fluke and we go back to writing, I don't know, hundreds of pages of documentation in a linear fashion. Who knows? I hope not. I hope that doesn't happen. User stories are nice. But ultimately, we don't know what to expect because it is a fledgling field. It just developed in the last decades, right? So it's dynamic. Honestly, the concept of versatility is useful in any job. Realistically speaking, it's a good thing to be versatile, right? To not be stuck in your ways. But in not so many jobs is it a requirement. And we would argue that in consultancy, versatility is almost a requirement. The mental state of not being committed to a certain way of working, a certain lifestyle, and so on, is kind of required for being a long-term, so to speak, business analyst, right? Not occasionally doing this. So I think that if there's one single takeaway that I would like you to recall is this. If you want a job that does not imply repetitive work by the nature of the job and the domain, business analysis might be the job for you. There's obviously, you probably have many questions related to this, or whether you want to ask them right now, right here, or just Google them, it's up to you. I'm here, and we still have some time, looking at my colleagues there, like 5 minutes, something, for questions. We have some time for questions if you want. But that was the presentation, basically. That's what I wanted to share with you. And I'm really happy to share any sort of experience from my short career so far, if it's of interest for you, about business analysis, consultancy more broadly, EY for that matter, whatever your questions are, I'll be here. No, actually, I'm not going to. Great. If there's no questions, I always like saying that means I explain things really well. Not that there's no outstanding issues remaining. I'll be here around for another few minutes for people that maybe want to ask questions, but they don't want to do it in this setting. So thank you very much, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
And thank you for this very insightful presentation. I think I learned a lot from it, and I hope you guys did as well. And it's relevant, I think, even beyond the field of a digital consultant or business consultant. The next presentation will happen we'll start in about 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere. You can get some free time to just have a glass of water, go to the bathroom if you need so. And I also think, honestly, that the next presentation is one that's really mysterious to me, as in it holds a lot of content, I think. It's called a multiverse tech experience about being a DevOps engineer. I really want to know what that is about. So in a few minutes, we'll find that out. I hope you guys are curious as well. As I prompted you before, maybe think of what is interesting and fascinating about this, and express those questions, express those ideas, and I'm sure that Lucian Tănase, which is our next speaker, will be more than happy to engage with you. So don't be afraid to engage. Be open and forthcoming in engaging yourselves. So in a couple of minutes, we'll invite Lucian to the stage.
Sigur.
Nu mă ajută că e pe alb fundalul din cauza asta. Nu, asta merge. Dar, nu, mi-a zis că dacă vreau să pointez ceva, nu merge că e pe fundalul alb. Exact. Cât 2-3 minute și apoi gata. Da. E ok.
In about a minute or two, we'll be starting. So maybe take your seats, call your friends that are outside. You know the drill. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're about ready to learn about this multiverse tech experience about DevOps. Lucian, you have the floor. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Lucian Tanase, and I will be your speaker for today. Let me tell you some few details about me. I'm a cloud engineer and passionate for the last 5 to 6 years by passion, and I'm a DevOps engineer by title in the last 2 years. And in the last 2 years, I started to be also a blockchain promoter about the technologies, and also working in the recent months as a blockchain DevOps engineer, which is, let's say, one of the main of multiverse roles being a DevOps engineer. So today I'm going to present you an interesting topic about this tech experience, about being a DevOps engineer. And today, together with you, we will explore, let's say, in a nutshell, what is a DevOps from a non-traditional approach. We will explore the variants and the variation of the DevOps roles, and we will go deeper into the multiverse tech experience. And we will conclude about the latest trends in the DevOps part. Before we deep dive and start, I actually have a question for you from here. How many of you, let's say, are working in the QA or maybe are developer? Just raise your hands only. Okay, good. Then let me tell you a secret. You are already part of my DevOps world. Why? Because every day I'm working with persons like you, QA, developers, and infrastructure engineers. Now, let's go into the first part, DevOps in a nutshell. And I have a challenge. And the challenge sounds like this. How would you describe your DevOps role to a 7 to 10-year-old kid and child? Now, let's say tomorrow you have been promoted to be a DevOps. Congratulations. But how would you describe this to a child, to a 10-year-old child? Let's see together. There are two ways. Of course, the first one is you can explain in a more technological approach, but you can take another approach. And let's say you're going to go to your child and you'll explain him like this. Imagine that you are building with your friends a Lego tower. And one of your friends is building the front-end part, the other is the back-end, and you will put the last piece of tower above the top. Now, my role as a DevOps will be that to be sure that all of your friends will have all the pieces so that they can complete the Lego tower so that it will not fall down. This is a DevOps do daily. This is how you'll explain to a 10-year-old child. Now, I have another challenge. How about to a teenager? Imagine that he already started the high school. He doesn't have too many, let's say, IT or technological ability or skills to understand properly. And you need to understand how can you communicate in his own language. And actually you can explain a more easy part. And you can tell him, imagine that you and your friends, you are building the next generation of a TikTok application or the next generation of Instagram. And my role as a DevOps is I'll be sure that every time when you publish your application, you'll be able to run that application in a more smooth part, in a more easy part. And this is how you and your friends will build the next superstar application. This is how you could explain, let's say, in a nutshell to a teenager. Now, let's go back to our grown adult. Explore a little bit about the DevOps engineering role. Now, I'm going to present you actually the three main pillars of what makes a DevOps in very simple words. So it's about automate everything, every task, every process which you are doing. If you can automate, do it. It will simplify your work, and you will have more time to drink your coffee or your tea. And you'll have a better collaboration between your QA and your developer. They will know how to work better to ensure that they will avoid bugs and issues, and nevertheless improve performance of your products, improve performance of your services. It's very important about that. Now, we're gonna deep dive a little bit into variants and variation of the DevOps part. We're gonna present you some few of the roles, which some of the roles, let's say, are appropriate to the DevOps, but maybe are different. And the first one is the SRE, or the Site Reliability Engineering. This role actually, it's much more old than the DevOps part. It's, let's say, part of the Google philosophy, being a SRE. But during the modern days, the SRE takes care and ensures that the application and the infrastructure is reliable to be scalable, that when 1,000 users are accessing that platform or product, that application will not fall, and also getting sure that it's monitoring properly. Now, let's see a little bit what are the responsibility and roles. So, let's say today you are an SRE. Congratulations. And you want to know what type of responsibility and roles you will have in your day-to-day job. One of them will be sure, you need to be sure that that infrastructure which supports the application is scalable and it's been monitored carefully, and you implement, let's say, alerts that when a certain, let's say, process inside of your application doesn't work, it automates scaling and healing. But what are the difference between being an SRE and the DevOps? Well, actually, the DevOps, it's more a development-oriented role rather than SRE, which is more an ops part. So if one of you here are, let's say, more to the support role or more to the operations and doesn't like too much scripting or programming, you could go into the SRE part because you could explore that operations part more. But if you like to explore more about, let's say, scripting and you're not very a programming person all the time, you can go to the DevOps part where you will collaborate a lot of your time with your developers and QA. The next role, it's about the GitOps. GitOps, let's say, it's about vendor locked. A GitOps approach, it's provide everything you write as a code in a repository. This will reflect automatically in the infrastructure. Let's say, to summarize, to get it as an example, imagine you are a chef in a kitchen and you want to cook your food today and you have a recipe. So in order to do your great food for today, you have to follow each of your tasks in your recipe. Every improvisation which you will do around your recipe will fail. This is what is actually a GitOps approach. Now, what are actually the difference between a GitOps and a DevOps? I'm going to focus on two main approaches from all of this. The first one, the approach. First, because the GitOps role is focused on one, let's say, vendor. It's focused on to be on, let's say, on Git part. Besides the DevOps, it's not bound or locked to any kind of tool. And also the flexibility. Let's say the GitOps, it's more doesn't have too much flexibility of using so many tools in his day-to-day task. Besides the DevOps, imagination is his only border. Now, the platform engineering, this is, let's say, in the recent months, recent years, started to be more and more popular, and it wants somehow to replace DevOps and SRE in the same time. But platform engineering, how do you explain to somebody who is non-technical person? So imagine that you are building the foundation of a house, and you are building the framework and the foundation so that your architects, your designers can do their job without worrying that that wall was not built over there, or that door wasn't put over there. This is how important a platform engineering is for the future. Now, maybe you are thinking, okay, that's great, I want to be a platform engineer. What should I do? Well, there are so many skills which you need to have in your bag to be a platform engineering. And besides to have programming and scripting skills, you need to have a lot of database, cloud development, and also be familiar with CI/CDs. In the end of this chapter, let's do a final comparison between platform engineering, DevOps, and SRE. Well, I'm gonna, let's say, focus on one main point. So the difference, the main difference is SRE, it's an operations approach, it's an operation side. DevOps, it's more about the optimized performance and automate every process. But the platform engineering, actually, it wants to replace both of them, DevOps and SRE, by not taking care anymore of what is doing DevOps, what is doing the SRE, just forgetting about that and building one framework and one architecture for both of them. Well, in my personal opinion, I don't think it will happen. I think all of these three will be very important. Now, let's go back to the main part, the really tech experience over DevOps. So many of you here are wondering, oh, that's great. I want to become a DevOps. Great. But when you start to become a DevOps, you realize that there are so many niche and so many roles associated with this DevOps part that you have no idea to where you want to go. So if you imagine that your journey starts and ends just being a traditional DevOps, that's wrong. You can explore so many roles, so many niche. And I'm going to start with the first one. Automation DevOps engineer. This role actually focuses on automating every process, every skills, every development. Is more, let's say, focused on continuous delivery or continuous improvement of the software development. The other one, the cloud DevOps engineer, which is, let's say, one of my favorite, which is the one which I'm still working right now today and which I'm still promoting, is actually it's responsible for managing and creating the cloud infrastructure. To be a cloud DevOps engineer is much more than being a traditional. You have to have the knowledge of cloud infrastructure development, to be familiar with microservices and also with containerization technologies. This actually, DevOps engineer or artificial intelligence DevOps engineer, around the DevOps community, before that was actually called ML, machine learning DevOps engineer. And in the recent months, since with this trend of ChatGPT, AI, they started to blend the machine learning abilities with artificial intelligence abilities. And they, let's say, created this kind of role. It's focused on modeling and collaborating with data scientists so that you know how to build the infrastructure and automation for their machine learning deployments to create the next generation of ChatGPT. This is a role which now 1 year ago, it was just only a rumor of discussing. In just 1 year, this is how much it was evolved. Just from, let's say, a rumor or some research to a real role. This one, the blockchain DevOps engineer, which I am actually right now and working on a daily basis, is my favorite. And it's a very complex role because you will have to know and have the skills and understanding what is cryptography, what is the technology behind the blockchain, the DLT, which is abbreviation called Distributed Ledger Technology, and to know how to build reliable infrastructure for the blockchain applications. Actually, before we continue, I have a short story for you regarding this DevOps role. 1 year ago, I was discussing with the customer, with the CTO actually, and I asked him, why don't you have a DevOps in your team? And he told me, why should I have a DevOps? I have a QA, I have a developer who knows how to build pipelines, who knows how to deploy software and packages. Why should I have a DevOps engineer? And I asked him, do you know what will happen when you will publish and you will release for the first time your application without having a DevOps engineer in your team? He just answered, I don't know. Will be good, great. Let me tell you, 3 words, 500 status code, which means internal server. That will happen when the moment you are publishing that application to the App Store, it doesn't matter, you have thousands of users wanting to access your application, wanting to use that service. And because of that, your app will crash because a DevOps engineer will know how to build your infrastructure, will know how to build your cloud resources to scale automatically, to be sure that it doesn't crash. And this is how you will avoid bad reputation, and this is how you will perform good and you will have great success. And this is such an important role. So if you are thinking, if you are starting maybe your own business, or if you want to become a DevOps and you are seeing so many small companies that doesn't have a DevOps, tell them they will want to have one of these. Now, developer DevOps engineer, it actually was created by the companies. I don't agree too much in personal opinion. This was much more about cost optimization, and they wanted somehow to blend the development experience with the DevOps engineering, which is, in my personal opinion, very bad experience. These two roles must be separated. It is nice to be a DevOps and have some programming skills, to know some Python or to know some Bash script. It's a very must, but to blend those two, the development with the DevOps, becoming a developer, that's, let's say, a bad multiverse experience, from my own personal opinion. Now, I want to discuss today about this one, security DevOps engineer, DevSecOps. This was one of the first roles which was split from a traditional DevOps engineer. I remember now around 4 years ago when it started to pop in the job post, when I started to research that, a lot of companies started to adopt the security approach in the DevOps day-to-day. And this is how it born the first, let's say, multi-role in this experience. What exactly means actually in a non-technical explanation? So imagine that a DevOps needs to build scalable infrastructure, needs to have the developers and QA, but the security approach is like taking extra steps, extra measures that you don't leave sensitive data to your cloud development or to your development. This is why in the last years there were so many hacks and leaked data, because the security approach implemented in all stages of software development is missing. This is why this gap is being filled by DevSecOps trying to enforce the security. Now, I have actually a special surprise. We discussed about the current and existing DevOps world, but how about the future DevOps roles which are right now in making, in progress, which they have been started to make an idea. So if you're thinking,
I'm too late to be a DevOps, I don't know, to be a cloud DevOps, or I'm too late to be an automation. I want to be something much more unique than that. And I'm going to present you two roles which, let's say, brought my attention and which in approximately 5 to 10 years could be in the mainstream, which you will see it, so much demand of that. And one of them, it's about quantum DevOps engineer, not the quantum from Quantumania, not that one. It's about, so let me rephrase it. Most of the development today is based on the binary code approach, but quantum development is based on the qubits approach, which is a totally different approach. At this moment, there are very few platforms and infrastructure which could support quantum development. But there are, which is good. And this is where it started to appear, this role of quantum DevOps engineer, taking care that you can build the real infrastructure to support quantum development. This role, in my opinion, is, let's say, more complex and special because it requires, let's say, three main DevOps roles to be combined. The first one is the cloud DevOps role, combined with blockchain, because you have to know cryptography, and also with the artificial intelligence DevOps role, because you need to know a lot of machine learning. Combining all of these roles, you will create a super DevOps role. At this moment, there are very few people who know how to approach the DevOps from a quantum perspective. There are job roles on the market, but you can count on my first hand only. Now, the last job role, which I'm going to present, which is still in making and progress, it's about the metaverse one. And this is, let's say, a special one, because I do believe that metaverse will be mainstream in about 10 to 15 years from now. It still has a long way to evolve. So what you see right now, that the server layers, in about 2 to 5 years could be something totally different. So if you want to go to a DevOps path, which will be unique, then you have so many chances and occasions. You have so many opportunities which you can go forward. You need to do what you love to do. Now, we are now the conclusion part, because we discussed so much about the DevOps roles and this experience. Let's do a little bit of recap of the DevOps experience. As you may be heard, DevOps is part from a Dev and Ops, let's say, abbreviation, Dev and Ops. The Dev part is approaching automation and software release cycle, and the Ops part is taking care about the release and deployment. Now, we talked so much about the definitions, philosophy, about roles, but how about what kind of tools should I learn? What kind of tools should I have in my bag being a DevOps engineer? Or if I want to learn tools to become one, well, you can approach it from a Dev and Ops perspective. So what an Ops will need to have it? First of all, cloud skills. It's important. With that, containerization, like Kubernetes or Docker, because so many companies in the last year started to migrate, started to evolve to this kind of approach. And also an infrastructure as code tool. It doesn't matter, it could be Terraform, it could be Ansible, Puppet, Chef. That depends on what you want to go for. But nevertheless, don't forget about the monitoring, because so many DevOps approach forgets about implementing monitoring, like Prometheus and Nagios. This is the Ops part. How about the Dev part? Dev part, of course, it's very important to know a VS code, like a Git, or to know about how to use the Jira software or some test tools. It's important. And in the end, let's speak about the DevOps trends expected to be in 2023, because we are at this moment at DevOps stage. So this year, I identified some of the trends which are starting to be, let's say, more popular among the companies. And one of them is about containerization, spike in the Kubernetes adoption, and also the DevSecOps DevSecOps approach, the security implemented in the DevOps approach day to day. And nevertheless, integrating tools like artificial intelligence, IEOps. I know that among the developers communities, there is a long discussion about what will happen with our jobs since this arise with ChatGPT and other AI tools. Will they replace our jobs? In my personal opinion, they will not replace any of our jobs because in the end, they still need somebody who will know how to deploy a ChatGPT. We still need somebody to configure some APIs behind the scenes. The same discussion was now 10 years ago with the infrastructure as code tools like Terraform. A long time ago, there were, let's say, engineers which they were clicking on their on-prem machines, starting and stopping. When the Ansible tool, I mean Terraform tool, started to be popular, they were feeling the same thing like today about the artificial intelligence. Will they replace our job? Do you know what happened? They didn't. Those engineers evolved, and this is what we need to do, to evolve to use artificial intelligence tools to get better release, better deployment, better security. I want to thank you for your time, and this is my multi-years experience over DevOps. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. We're going to move on to the next talk, and which is our final presentation for today. Very soon. I want to commend all you guys that are here. You are the most endurance, the most interested, the most dedicated to learning more and delving into this world of tech. Certainly been an extraordinary learning experience for me. I hope it has been for you. So I'd say like in 4 or 5 minutes, we'll be able to start our final talk about clearing payments at speed from our friends from WorldPlay, from FIS, Irina Dița and Cristian Manoliu. Yeah, so take a breather for just a few minutes and we'll get on with the final presentation. Felicitări! Te-ai încadrat foarte bine timp. Nu, ai fost chiar un pic, nu? Sunt încă... We're just about to start our final presentation as we're clearing the technical preparation. So anyone in the room can get ready for the upcoming presentation. I asked this question before, and some people were willing to stand up and talk about it, about what are some of the most remarkable or relevant, important, thought-provoking things that you heard in this conference. So I'm gonna step in and perhaps ask you to rise up to that challenge again. Does anyone wants to tell us a little bit about that? As I said, it's an extraordinary moment to practice. Just standing up and giving your thoughts to an audience, which I think is quite a remarkable thing to do. Nobody? I'm sure you're all gonna step up and ask a lot of questions at the end of the presentation, though. I'm very confident. No, okay. I have a curiosity. How many people in the room have been here since the first presentation? Okay. Okay. Wow, congratulations. You are definitely the heroes of the day. You're definitely the heroes of the day. And we thank you and appreciate it very much. Okay, I think... Okay, here's the second question then. Who here has came just now specifically for this presentation? All right. Then I expect all you guys to pop up with the questions at the end, right? You're interested in this, so there's no excuse not to express yourselves, not to say, look, here, I want to hear about this, I want to ask about this. I'm sure these guys are going to answer everything that you want to know. All right. Clearing payments at speed. Irina and Christian, welcome, and have a great presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. If there are people in this room who haven't heard about our company yet, I just want to tell you that we are literally trusted to move the world's money. What makes me claim this? Over half of the world's wealth is managed on our systems. Clients around the world and across industries like Microsoft, Google, Apple, Netflix, Amazon, and many others have built and run their businesses on top of our payments fintech software. But before sharing more with you about what we have prepared for you today, let me introduce myself and my colleague. My name is Irina Diță, and I'm an engineering director at WorkPay from FIS. For the last 4 years, I have been leading a strong development team of over 70 people across Romania, US, and UK who innovate the way the world pays. And today, together with me, I have one of the best engineers in my team, Cristian Manoliu, who has over 12 years of software development experience. Today, we are thrilled to share more with you about what an acquirer is. We will then provide you an overview about the application we are currently working on, called Payment Scheme Clearing. Then we will zoom in on the technology stack we used in order to implement it from scratch. And in the end, my colleague will share with you several performance tuning tips about how we managed to obtain significant performance results in our application. So, what is an acquirer? WorkPay from FIS is the largest global merchant acquirer. We provide merchants with the necessary hardware and software so that they can accept card payments, as well as manage the risk associated with card transactions, such as chargebacks or fraud. In simple words, we let merchants focus on what they know to do best, which is selling products, and we take care of the rest for them. We are going to have a look at an example which will help you understand better what are the responsibilities of an acquirer. Let's suppose that you as a card holder walk into a store, find a nice pair of jeans and decide to buy it. You'll take the pair of jeans, you go to the checkout and you place your card into the terminal. In that moment, your card details will be captured by the merchant and an authorization will be requested. Supposing that you have enough money in your account, your card details will be shared with the bank and the transaction will be authorized. You can then take the pair of jeans, walk away from the store and enjoy your purchase. What you need to understand is, while the authorization allows you to pay for the product, in that moment the merchant doesn't have your money yet. It is the clearing process, the one which enables WorkPay as an acquirer to reimburse the merchant by claiming from the issuing banks the payments for the transactions which have been authorized. The settlement is the last step of the process and is the step in which the merchant will receive the money for the products they have sold, and you, as the cardholder, will be able to see on your bank statement the transaction amount. All of these three steps, the authorization, the clearing, and the settlement, are handled by WorkPay as an acquirer on behalf of the merchant. We are going to have a look now on the application we are currently working on, called Payment Scheme Clearing. As the name clearly suggests, we cover the clearing step of the process. We receive daily from all of our merchants dozens of files with over 35 million transactions. In a very simplified representation, we split each file into transactions.
Usually, a line in a file represents a transaction. All of these transactions are sent to an application which is responsible to enrich every transaction with information about the merchant and the issuer. In order to obtain very good performance results, we have deployed 30 instances of this application, enabling us to reach a transactions per second rate of 12,000. Afterwards, all of the transactions are sent to another application which is responsible with their validation. We need to validate that the card number is correct as per the specification of the schemes. For example, Visa card numbers must have 16 digits. We have deployed 30 instances of this application, being able to obtain a transactions per second rate of 8,000. Moving forward, we apply content-based routing. This means that all of the transactions which have been done with a Visa card will be routed to a dedicated Visa instance that will be responsible to process them and write them in an output file which will be sent to Visa. A similar behavior is also applied for MasterCard transactions for JCB, as well as for all the other schemes we manage and support in our platform. It is important to know the fact that we have deployed a different number of instances for each application depending on their workload. Because the vast majority of the traffic comes from Visa cards, we have deployed 20 Visa instances, while we only have 10 for MasterCard and 1 for JCB. After all the transactions have been processed, written in output files, sent to the schemes, they are going to be processed further in our application in order to apply the scheme fees. This represents the money which the schemes will collect because they are facilitating this process. We have deployed 30 instances of this application, being able to obtain a transactions per second rate of 12,000. In the end, all of the transactions will end up in a central Oracle 19c database. From here, they will be taken by other systems which are responsible for the settlement part, as well as for producing different reports which will be shared with the merchants. This application has been built entirely from scratch in the last 6 years in our tech center in Bucharest. Let's have a look at the technology stack we used in order to implement payment scheme clearing. All our applications are written with Java 8, where we especially use multi-threading and collections, and with Spring Framework, where we rely heavily on Spring JDBC, Spring GMS, and Spring Transaction modules. They are all deployed on Red Hat Linux 6 virtual machines, and as part of the deployment, we use Python or Bash scripts. Most of the applications also have a local database, and we have used SolidDB because it's a fast in-memory database. All of the applications also communicate one to another using messages via IBM WebSphere MQ, which is a fast and reliable messaging middleware. One of the applications has an UI, and that has been developed using Angular. For in-memory caching, we use Caffeine library, and for serializing and deserializing the objects from the database, we use Cryo library. To test all of the new functionalities we have introduced in the platform, we are using Cucumber framework. All of the projects have been set up with Maven, and we use Jenkins in order to build, test, and deploy our code. I will now let my colleague share more with you about the performance improvements we have applied in our application.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Manuel Cristian. I've been working as a software engineer for WorldPay from FIS for last 5 years and a half. And during this time, we've did a lot of performance improvements in our application. So today I'd like to share this improvement with you. Even during the early phases of the development, we wanted to make sure that we cache connections, database connections, messaging system connections. They are expensive to be created. If you want to connect a Java application to a database, you need to perform some operations that are time-consuming. You need to get a connection from the driver that will open a network socket to connect the application to the database. You need to send credentials to log in, and this takes time. And during this time, the application thread that requested the connection is not doing any useful work. It's just sitting and waiting for the connection to be ready. This is why in all our applications where we need a database connection, we are using Hikari connection pool. This allows us to make sure that in case we need the database connection, it will be already available in the pool. We don't need to wait for it. For this, we have configured the Hikari connection pool, which is a JDBC connection pool library, to use minimum wider size to be equal with maximum pool size, and to be equal with the maximum number of application tags that may require a database connection. Similar concept for the messaging system connection. Here we are using Spring Caching Connection Factory. And on top of connections, we also cache sessions, message consumers, and message producers. We also cache data, database data that is often required by the application. And instead of going every time from the application to database to bring same data, we have used Caffeine, which is an in-memory cache library, which allows us to have caches in the application. All our caches have two configurations. A maximum size to make sure that we don't blow the JVM and end up having out-of-memory exceptions, and also an expired policy. The expired policy, that means we have set the time as 24 hours. After the entries are added in the cache, after 24 hours, they will get evicted from the cache. Also, all our applications expose a REST endpoint, and if we really want to clear cache on demand, we can call it and we'll clear the caches. To highlight the benefit of using Hikari connection pool, let's take an example. Let's say we want to execute a query, something simple. Select one from Dual if you are testing with Oracle database. We want to execute this statement 1,000 times. If we put side by side an application which will create the connection every time it needs to create the statement versus an application which will use Hikari connection pool and make sure it reuses the connection and doesn't need to wait for the connection to be ready, the later one can have an execution time up to 3 times faster. To highlight the benefit of using Spring Caching Connection Factory, again, let's take an example. On the left side, we have an application which will have a connection factory which contains details about how to connect to the messaging system. And let's say we want to process 1,000 messages. What we need to do is create a connection from the connection factory, create a session, create a message consumer using the session. This will allow us to read messages from an input queue, create a message producer using the session that will allow us to write messages to an output queue, and commit the session on the end. And now if we put two applications side by side, one that doesn't use Spring Caching Connection Factory, and every time it needs to create connection, session, message consumer, message producers, versus one that does use Spring Caching Connection Factory and just reuses objects, the later one can have an execution time up to 6 times faster. Even with caching in place, caching database connections, caching messaging system connection, caching data, performance was not good enough. So after some investigations, we found out that the problem was the fact that we were committing the session very often. What we were doing in our application, read the message from an input queue, process it, write it to an output queue, commit the session. For 100 messages, we had 100 session commit. So what we started to do is to process multiple messages in one session. In 99% of our applications, we process 100 messages in a session. So instead of take one message, process it, write it to another queue, commit the session, we take 100, write 100, commit the session one time. We did a lot of tests with different batch sizes, like test with 50 messages in a session, 100, 500, even 1,000. For us, 100 was the sweet spot, giving us the extra performance and not consuming a lot of resources. Now, to understand the benefit that we gain if we do this, let's put side by side two applications. One that will process one message in a session, and one that will process 100 messages in a session. The later one can have an execution time up to 50% faster. During our performance tuning, we often use JFR, which stands for Java Flight Recorder. This allows you to monitor the events from a JVM when you run a Java application. And second tool is called JMC, JDK Mission Control, which allows you to analyze the recorded data. What we have here in front is the JMC, JDK Mission Control tool, and we have two recordings. On the left side, we have the recording of the application that was processing one message in a session. And on the right side, we have the recording that was processing 100 messages in a session. So what we can see if we check the socket I/O view is the fact that there is a lot more network activity between the Java application and the messaging system when you commit the session too often. This was the trigger for us to start exploring the possibility to process multiple messages in a session. Batching SQL statements. Let's take a simple example to understand the benefit of using it. Let's say we want to execute 100 insert statements. Insert into table foo and a simple column. If we put side by side an application that will use a connection, create a prepare statement, set the parameter for the insert, let's say insert into foo, ID 1, and execute it 100 times because we want to execute 100 inserts, versus an application that will now create connection, create prepare statement, and now 100 times we don't execute the update. We just set the parameter, like 1, 2, 3, the actual parameters to be set to the insert statement, and we call add batch. And only at the end we execute prepare statement, execute batch. The later one can have an execution time even up to 30 times faster. And that is because on the left side, when we are doing execute update, there is a round trip between the Java application and database. So we are sending 100 times messages to the database and database sending messages to us. Compared to on the right side, when we just collect the insert statements in the memory and we go one single time with all of them to the database. Sometimes we couldn't cache data. We really had to write read queries in order to retrieve some data from the database. As a rule, we never use select star. Select star means that we want to select every column from a particular table. To understand the danger of using select star, again, let's take two examples. Let's say you have a database. We define a table, something simple. Table foo, it has 3 columns. ID, number, a name, varchar, and we have a blob where we hold some binary data. Let's say we have tens of thousands of records in this table, and on average, in the binary data blob, we have a 10 kilobytes XML. And let's say we only need the ID and the name from this table. If we put side by side to application, one on the top that is using select star, it brings everything from the table. We have ID, we have the name, this is what we are wanting. Versus an application which just selects ID and the name, the later one can have an execution time up to 3 times faster just because it doesn't need to bring from the database the actual blob data. What we have here is another screenshot from JMC, JDK Mission Control, which allows us to explore a recorded application. And this is the recording of the application that have used select star. That means it also brings ID, name, and the binary data from the database. What we can see by checking the method profiling is the fact that the application has spent approximately 77% of the time just by processing the blob data. And we didn't need it, but it was easy to write select star and bring everything. This is why the application that is using select star can be up to 3 times slower. After we had cache in place, so caching database connection using Hikari connection pool, caching messaging system connection in session using Spring Caching Connection Factory. We are caching data using Caffeine, processing multiple messages in a single session. The next natural thing for us was to enable concurrency. So now instead of having just a single thread that is processing 100 messages, we can have even up to 10 that process data in parallel. Next phase was to start deploying multiple application instances on different machines. We have applications which have 30 instances, each instance with 9 threads. That means we can have up to 270 threads that can process data in parallel. A key configuration that is helping us have really good speed when reading messages from the messaging system and writing messages to the messaging system is using non-persistent delivery. Non-persistent delivery means that the messaging system is not persisting the message in a message store, and if it crashes during processing, we lose messages. However, it is important to mention that in our platform, we have few checkpoints across the platform where all the messages are persisted in the database, and if we ever lose messages, it never happened until now. We have this solution in production for about 5 years, but we want to have a safety net. If we ever lose messages, we can easily replay them from the database and don't have any risk in losing any messages. And with this, the presentation comes to an end. So I would like to do a short summary about what we've discussed today. So we've learned what is an acquire. We've learned what is the process of doing payment scheme clearing. Regarding the performance, caching database connections using Hikari, caching messaging system connection and session using Spring Caching Connection Factory, caching data, Caffeine, processing batches of messages in a transaction, batching SQL statements, only query what you need, use select star with caution, enable concurrency, enable multiple application instances, and using non-persistent delivery, but with care. Understand the risk and make sure that you have a process to recover in case the messaging system crashes. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Chris. We hope you enjoyed finding more about what we do here at WorkPay, and if we made you curious, we'd be happy to share more with you about the opportunities we currently have in our company. We are happy to take any questions you might have.
So you mentioned that transactions come in as files. I'm curious as to how do you get those files, and also why did you choose this method to receive transactions?
So all the files come from the merchant. So the merchant collects the files. This is a legacy system. They collect the files, all the transactions in a file, and they come with a secured transfer to our systems.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
No problem. There a question?
I have a question about only query what you need. You said if you keep fetching a blob column, the execution time is up to 3 times faster. I would like to know, what do you usually store in a blob column? What kind of information?
So in this example, what I had on average was 10 kilobytes XML.
So 10 kilobytes of what?
XML.
XML. Okay, thank you.
This was for this test, basically. We have XMLs, basically, but they are bigger than 10 kilobytes.
Thanks.
No problem.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation, and congratulations to those that actually posed questions and asked what they were curious about. I think that's very, very important. Friends, we're at the end of a long day and of a very informative day, but don't go just yet, because I told you at the beginning, if you were here at the beginning, that the organizers have set up a prize selected at random for those that are still here in the room at this time. And that is a headset, a JBL headset that will go to one lucky winner. So we've done the pre-selection and then have some backup options if that person actually isn't in the room. So drum roll, please. We don't have a drum, but can we do it with our hands? Okay. The winner of the headset is Wana Sabo. Do we have Wana here in the room? Seems not. Going once, Juana Sabo. Here. Is she close? Okay, so we'll move to the next. All right, so she's not here. Then the lucky person that gets the headset is Florin Gavrilash. Do we have Florin in the room? No. Okay. Florin Gavrilash, not in the room? Not in the room, all right. All right, third time's the charm. Alexandru Mag. Do we have Alexandru in the room? We do not. Okay, so we're gonna need a runner-up system.
Okay, the next person on the list is Andrea Ioana, if she's here. Andrea Ioana, if she's here. I don't have the
Andrea or Andre?
I don't have the name. Only Andrea Ioana.
Andrea Ioana. Okay. She is Andrea Ioana.
Okay.
All right. Congratulations. Yes. Congratulations. Yes. All right, excellent. But before we close up, and I promise we really are going to, I'd like us to give a big hand of applause to the organizers of this event. A lot of work was put in. Big hand of applause to our technical team. And a big hand of applause to you guys for being here. Take all this knowledge, take all this insight, use it, and don't forget the one thing that I try to sort of inspire, which is express yourselves, talk about things, ask questions. Conversations are really the ones that are going to save the world and going to help us find those solutions to problems technology causes, and also to convince people that technology isn't scary, but it's wonderful. Thank you very much, and have a great weekend, everyone.